What is up, everybody? Spidey here, and as always, I hope you're having a marvelous day. I'm with my friend Manu, the one and only 9.9 newsstand. How's it going, buddy?
I'm well, my friend. How are you?
Welcome to the Marvel Show. You know, that was the right song. You might say I have the right label for the show.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Is that what I did there?
Look at that.
Like,
I'm telling you. Community over company. We get it right
That's
all
right.
the time.
Okay, yeah. We figure out a way to make it work. Just curious. We'll see. We'll have some time to digest tonight if
Yeah.
CGC is making it work with all the big news coming out
Yeah.
of that company. Little
Yeah.
internal merger. That
It's funny to call that a merger. It's like it's the same company. I mean, I get it. Maybe the
yeah,
inner workings are different, but calling it a merger is you're putting a what do they call that? You're putting a 20 on a 10. I actually don't know the reference, but they're putting a little too much on
hey,
it.
but
is
two
what I'm
tens
saying.
make a 20.
That's true, but the reference means something else. But yes,
Okay,
you are
yeah,
right.
I know. I'm just messing with you. Let's say hello to some
Two
friends.
pristine 10s make a 20, huh? Yeah.
But three's too
What's
many.
up,
All
everyone?
right, we got
Oh,
Ron Customs.
dude.
What's up, man? Yes, it
Dude.
matters, and it's very rude. Ron, I have no idea what you're talking about, but welcome to the show. Oh, there's your $17 cup. Or 18.
This
What
is
I
the
say?
first sip I've ever taken out of this cup.
Oh,
First
well,
one, here it
enjoy
is.
it.
There it goes.
I'm
Oh, no, it's
embarrassed
too
to
hot.
show
Not
mine.
yet.
Too hot.
Oh,
We got
this.
Mr. Collector here.
Oh,
Hello, everyone.
sorry.
Gonna be another great show.
R-
Smash the like button.
Ron Customs. Hello, Mr. Collector. Mr. Collector 123. Congratulations on the ultimate Fallout 4 newsstand, my man. Congrats.
Call him Mr. Collector for no reason.
That's right.
It's awesome.
That's
By the
right.
way, look.
What is that? Ooh, Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix.
Yeah, Dark Phoenix for me, and
Very nice.
from our friend Aoki.
Oh, he's still friends with you, even though you paint over all of his designs? That's cute.
And had this for like a year, and I'm just now wearing it for the first time. All right,
Aoki, I'm teasing. Justin loves you very much, and he tells us all the time.
Well, it's more than the apparel. All right, hello, gentlemen. I hope you are well, and I'm super excited about this topic. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead.
Man. No. Excited about I'm excited about the topic. What I want to hear most are opinions. I want to hear opinions. I want to digest them. I want opinions.
Are you saying that someone else's opinion could change your mind?
No, I just want to hear what the other opinions are.
Well, you said you put a link on Instagram. You said this is going to be how do you say it? Argumentation?
An argusation.
Argusation.
Yeah, it's not an argument, but it's not just a conversation. This is a passionate discussion here because there are a lot of people that are upset today, and I think for good reason. I'm not so upset because I've never spent a single dollar grading cards with CGC, but that's because I had a funny feeling. I probably shouldn't dabble here just yet.
I got you. Well, my friend, no one's ever been converted by losing an argument.
Well, you say these things that are so powerful that I need a moment with them to really understand, but I'm just going to guess with that.
My friend, Captain Crockpot says, hello, my
Captain Crockpot, what up?
Fish Rips here. All right, let me tell you what else we have for tonight, okay?
T-Bear Phil, hello.
Sorry. Yeah, T-Bear. We're going to have our friend, Jen from Lootbox TV. He's going to open up the new Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings card set. And, of course, he's searching for the one of one. The one ring to rule them all, right?
What's the bounty?
Well, I think last I heard was 1.4 million by Post Malone.
Post is posting the 1.4?
Yeah, so we'll let Jen tell the full story because I don't want to get it wrong. Okay. But I've heard 3 bounties, that started at like $500,000, $1 million, and 1.4 million.
I want to say something though. When you're playing a poker game at most card rooms, there's this thing called a bad beat. I won't get into what a bad beat is, and sometimes
I know what it is. It's called pair of queens.
Well, yeah, but there's right. It happens, right? But if you hit whatever the bad beat is, the qualified bad beat at the casino, anyone dealt into that hand, these are cards dealt into the hand, gets a table share. Now, I've been fortunate enough to take table share once at one of those, just for sitting there, just for being dealt in. I got $4,700 and something. I was very happy about that.
I know where this is going.
Exactly. We are all dealt into this hand. So if that 1.4 million hits, I want to see a little bit get peeled off.
I have a feeling Jen will take care of us if it happens.
I know he will.
People like Justin, you got the views. What else do you want? Yeah, real money, not that YouTube ad revenue. Yeah.
Let's catch up here. We're getting left behind. Oh man.
West Coast divisions.
West Coast. My favorite goop of them all. Hello, my brother. Oh, Alonzo, what's happening?
That's my buddy. What's up, Alonzo? I feel so bad. He called me twice a day, and I was like literally on the phone nonstop all day long.
Oh,
so bad.
Oh, got you.
Vintage yeah, not a great day for CGC to drop some news. I did not have space for it, but here we
go.
Vintage Lord. Hey guys, what's up, buddy? We got West Coast never trust corporations. Yeah, makes sense.
Hey, West Coast said that. Indeed.
Yeah. RMS is here. Good evening, Justin Manu. Glad we were discussing a major CGC announcement. I have to admit, my initial reactions, not happy as I started grading CGC to match my comics. Need to stop and think now.
Yes, we'll think together, my friend. And there is not a practical place to sip out of this mug. I'm just letting you know. But look at it. All right.
It is good to look at. Andrew says, hey, y'all. What's up? Andrew's part of the show tonight, whether he realizes it. I mean, I guess he will when he sees it. Williams here says, man, is it Tuesday already? I'm feeling that, William. Tuesday came quick. Steve Dogg's here.
Dude, I feel like I haven't hung out with you in a month, though. Wow. Oh, it's nice to be here. It's nice to be here. Steve Dogg, what's up, my man?
Yeah, Steve is interested in this conversation, and we'll dive into it. We don't want to delay everybody, but like I said, I had a show planned, and then CGC did this announcement, and yeah, we're gonna get to it. In fact, we're gonna bring in Jen now. Jen, what's up?
What up,
Jen?
So I guess I gotta break you off a piece, huh? Like a Kit Kat bar?
Oh, wait, you could hear us when you're backstage?
Oh yeah, of course, I heard everything.
That's it. Now, what does a piece mean at 1.4 million? Is that correct? By the way, is that?
I don't know. So I've heard. I haven't had any confirmations, but I've heard that like 2 million was the bounty. So I'm not surprised that Post did put out a bounty himself. He is a very big collector and player in Magic. So he did the tournament with the guy. If they beat him, they get to win cash prize or whatever. So there was that. So I'm not surprised. I know David Adams started with the $1 million. Cassius Marsh had it at $500,000. So it doesn't surprise me if Post put up his own bounty. But
yeah. Alonzo says over 2 million. Bad Wizard says anything less or greater than 10 million would be very surprising.
I'd be happy with 1%. I'll just put that out there.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Thank you. I think that's reasonable too. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I was suspicious when I first saw it because I was like, are they just trying to drive value into these boxes by putting out this really high bounty just to sell, 100,000 boxes or whatever the math is?
That is 100% yes, but there's probably other yeses to go with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, yeah. Anyway, I guess when I saw it from Dave and Adams at first, I didn't know there were other bounties. And I was like, Dave and Adams, like, I don't know that I can trust where this is coming from, obviously. But then I saw where a football player had like $500,000, and then her post.
Cassius put up $500,000 originally, and then David Adams came out with the 1 million, and then it sounds like Post put out a 1.4, and then I can't really confirm who put out the $2 million bounty, but I've been hearing rumors that about 2 million is the current standing for the card.
Yeah.
So
I hope you pull. I hope you get paid. That's what I hope.
Well, I was gonna actually take it and then film myself going to a volcano, like in the movie, and then throwing the ring in.
All right, I'll be your Samwise Gamgee. I'll carry you when you can't carry it yourself.
Doom card, what up?
Yeah, for sure.
That would create an uproar for sure.
Oh, Wes, we'll get to Craven. Don't worry. Gosh, there's so much to talk about. I can't ever just like let it roll off the tongue. A puck crack.
I don't know that this one rolls off the tongue. Like I still don't know the actual way to say it. Can you give us one of those dictionary?
Like phonetic.
Can you give us the phonetic of that, please? Puck crack.
Hey, Mr. Locknet, how's it going? I pull wire. Yeah, that mug's awesome.
Wait, where's Mr. Locknet? Mr. Locknet, what's going on? Thank you very much. I'm going to be showing some things that's come from you today. And if I sell a few, please don't beat me up. Thank you. I love you.
If you ever give Manu something, you better like be explicit and like this is not for sale.
Well, look, let me just say, I love this card, right?
I do. Yes, great card.
Right. Well, now I've got 4 of them, and they're all PSA 10s. So if I were to sell a few, it wouldn't be like the worst thing in the world. Love this card. And these came from Mr. Locknet. Thank you so much. Very safe shipping. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you did good. Doom Card, what's up, man? How's it going?
Oh, Doom, what up? He's got some opinions here.
So Bad Wizard says, I think CGC failed to read the room after watching the aftermath of BGS. I really want to get to that point. So I'm kind of struggling with like the pace of the show here because I want to see Jen get into this box and also want to get into the CGC conversation. So why don't we do this? Let's chase for the one ring to rule them all, and then we'll dive into the CGC conversation. Is that okay?
Oh shoot, we're skipping over the conversation. Listen, you're the producer. You want to chase the ring.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Well,
listen,
and the reason,
chase the ring. We'll start the conversation at the same time.
Let's chase the ring.
Well, you guys can chase the ring. Well, you guys can have the conversation while we open.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
First of all, Manu.
Yes. What happened? I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen The Lord of the Rings?
I fell asleep during my one attempt to watch it many, many years ago. Yes.
Oh man.
Hey, gosh. Harry Potter though, I've seen them all.
Now we know what to get. Now we know what to get Manu for Christmas. A set of Harry Potter trading cards.
I would love that. If someone wants to get me like one of those like talking hats, like that would
really
make my
day. What house are you? If the hat's sorted, Manu.
Oh.
Are you a Ravenclaw?
How many houses? How many were there?
Are you a Gryffindor or are you a Hufflepuff?
Who's in the middle? Huffle. You made that up. There's no Hufflepuff.
All right, chat.
Wait, I'm in California.
Fact check.
Oh, yeah. Wait, that could be taken a lot of different ways.
You identifying that?
Do not cancel me. I was talking about something else.
Alonzo says, pull that ring.
Pull that ring, Frodo.
Yeah, chase the ring and wait, chase the ring and taste the rainbow.
So everybody, either wants the. Yep, will be the ring.
ring.
Yeah, I know.
And I need to say to cover my rear end. There's nothing wrong with any house. Every house is perfectly acceptable. Be of whichever house you choose to be of. I support your house.
Hey, look, Pancake says Hufflepuff is one of the houses.
I thought you made that up, but that's cool.
All right.
I like Slytherins. That's the dark house, right?
Yep.
Bad guys.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't want to ruin for anybody, but like one of the best guys came out of Slytherin.
Then I'm from Slytherin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's your phonetically correct a pack crack.
A pack crack. So it does. So we just
like
a pack.
No, Tupac.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, a pack crack.
A pack crack.
Like Krakoa.
A pack crack.
Apocalypse and Krakoa.
Oh, he wrote all of that. Kind of a mix of Tupac. So it's Pac, a Pac crack. Oh, yeah. Apocalypse. Oh, apocalypse.
Nice, not bad.
A Pac crack. A Pac crack.
By the way, I have no idea what you're looking at. I mean, I understand the Lord of the Rings references here, but beyond that, I don't know anything.
I'm going to tell you guys, this is a great looking mug. It's worth the $17. Literally, there is no way to sip the coffee out of it. Not on camera, at least. There just is not a way.
And
you gotta get a straw.
And it's a big cup, so your coffee's going to get cold quick, which is why I prefer a smaller, tighter cup. Pancake says Hufflepuff characteristics include strong sense of justice, loyalty, patience, and propensity for hard work. So you might be a Hufflepuff.
I'm a little bit of all of them. I'm going to have to switch this cup out. This thing's going to just turn into a statue.
Oh yeah, what you got? Manu should take like one of those online tests, like which house you belong to. That'll be a good episode for you guys.
Oh, the HH said that. What up, HH?
Yeah,
how you doing?
He did.
Yeah.
Manu should have a Marvel fire sale during the Lord of the Rings opening and keep this marvelous.
Hey Ryan, listen.
Don't tip that man with a good time.
Ryan, just tell me how much you want to pay for one of these. I've got 5 of them. They're amazing. They're PSA 10s. 150 shipped. You let me know. All right, thank you.
There you go.
I've got other things for sale, Ryan. You know I do.
Is this the Manu fire sale hour?
I try to turn everything into that, but that's.
I heard he's trying to sell all of his blue labels before the change is made.
Cool. Yes, the 3 that I have.
All right, so what's going on? What's going on with the CGC?
Justin, take it away.
Yeah.
Okay, so CGC has been posting that they were going to have this big announcement on the 20th, and I really didn't think anything of it. I was like, what big announcement could they be making, right? Like, another guest, something, another whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the big announcement is that the CGC Blue label, that my understanding that they use for anything that's not sports, is being, kind of retired. They're not going to use it anymore. Not only that, they're changing their grading scale.
Oh no!
And right now with blue labels for non-sports, their grading scale includes a perfect 10, a pristine 10, a 9.5 gem mint, and then all the way down to 1, right?
Right.
Well, now they will only have 2 10s. There'll be a pristine 10. There'll be no perfect 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then your old 9.5 will be a gem mint 10.
Correct.
Similar to a PSA grading scale.
Almost identical. Oh no, except PSA does not have 2.
They don't have a second 10.
Isn't this kind of like what BGS tried to do?
Or
I didn't.
Oh no!
I don't remember.
I see what you mean by the try.
Yeah, I don't remember that exactly. But yeah,
because they tried to change their grading scale. Now I know they didn't move. Like I don't think they. Yeah, did they say like 9.5s were like a 10 or?
Yeah, but
like
I think that's exactly right. But I think they tried to keep 3 10s in it.
Yeah, they tried to keep 3 10s.
Is what it was.
So
that's the difference.
For the sake of our discussion tonight, I think it serves us to actually leave BGS out of the conversation because that was a failure anyway, and that just makes it confusing. Like, who cares what they tried to do that didn't stick, right?
It matters. It does matter in this. CGC, by merging the non-sports side of it, is what I'm calling it. Maybe there's a better word. The CGC grading and the CSG, they merged them together to just now be CGC cards. They now are saying combined grading wise, they're now the number 2 largest grader of cards.
Well, last week I said I'm the new creative director of CGC. None of that made it true, right? And so it doesn't.
It matters in that they're saying that they are bigger than BGS now when they combine. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I get it, but to say that you're bigger than a company that's quickly dwindling to nothing is not a claim to fame. It is just a way to promote, and we should see through what the company is writing about themselves, right? It doesn't serve us for us to believe what they optimistically are saying about themselves. Now, but like, I get it. But what I want to say about it is it's not exactly like the PSA chart because if there's only 110 in PSA. But one of the things that was so disappointing is that it's funny because I watched I don't know how long they were live for today. Matt, I believe he's like the vice president of CGC cards. And then there was another gentleman who I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. But
so he ran the sports side and the non-sport if it wasn't a TCG, which is, I guess, technically not a non-sport, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. And so Captain Crockpot, there's a lot of questions we're going to get to and opinions because I want to highlight all of them. But Captain Crockpot said, why are there 2 10s? And that's a very interesting situation, right? Because they are trying to mimic BGS in that there's this perfect representation of a card. And then there's the PSA representation of a card, whereas Gem Mint, right? Previously, Gem Mint was the 9.5. So you could have a variety of subgrades. And that's another thing that we won't get anymore. We won't get subgrades. In that regard, they are mimicking it. This is like a hybrid of BGS and their standard way.
That's what I think you're really seeing here is a combination of a couple things. They realize that the marketplace has spoken and they prefer a grading company that produces 10s and produces more of them.
Yeah.
And it's not okay. And that's PSA, right? So when you have a gem mint that gets a 10, so they're recognizing that. And they're wanting to streamline whatever their process is when it comes to labels, font, all of that stuff. And so they're removing things. They're removing different color labels. They're removing subgrades, and they're now creating a grading scale that's the same across all platforms of sports, TCG, and non-sports.
Which is really interesting that they couldn't get to that decision prior to experimenting with the community, because it's pretty stupid to have 2 different ways of grading under one roof, my opinion.
I hear you. And at the same time, we really wanted blue labels. Like the Marvel card community was very vocal in that early on, right?
Very, very small group of people had any vocality about it, I would argue.
You say that. And the way that they were able to hear our voice was loud, is what I'm saying.
It depends on whose voices they were listening to. There are very few voices that had access to the ears. Because when they say they ran a survey, where was the survey? I'm a member of this community. I do cards and comics. I didn't have a say in it.
The survey, they said, was actually geared towards non-customers, which I thought was interesting. I'm not saying it's right.
Interesting is an interesting word to use there.
Well, and so when they were talking to people who were saying why they don't use them, you see what I'm saying? So that's where they were getting, when they were talking about surveys. If you watch that Instagram, I got most of the Instagram videos, 58 minutes long. Okay. But they were talking about this survey that included non-customers.
So
yeah, we're going to get to all of that.
So how is the label changing then? So it's no longer
the label's just going to be
label?
The sports card label. No, it's going to be the same label as the sports cards, which I haven't seen in person, but like from pictures, I kind of like it. But I want to say this one thing real quick about the previous grading system that they were using with the blue labels for non-sports cards. There was this perfect 10. The perfect 10 was supposed to mimic like the BGS black label 10, like the perfect card that you could possibly have. Well, there's nothing now that is a perfect 10, right? Because you have a gem mint 10 and you have a pristine 10. And this, because there was already a pristine 10. We already had a 9.5, a pristine, and a perfect, right? So we're keeping the pristines. The 9.5s are becoming the gem mint 10s. There's your 2 10s. If you were previously granted a perfect 10, you pretty much just need to keep it. Just keep it as a blue label perfect 10. Because if you resubmit that for the new case, you're being downgraded by default to a pristine. There is nothing that is a perfect 10 anymore at CGC. So if you were ever fortunate enough to get that or buy one, you have to keep it, period. You should. I mean, you should. You don't have to do anything, but you should.
Interesting.
Let me pull this up from CGC. So, I mean, I think part of what we can take from this, if you look at not only, you know, the news coming out and what these are going to look like and so forth and so on, but you also look at that live stream today, and the community they were speaking to was not Marvel card fans. There was not a single Marvel card on the table, in the background, and was never mentioned in 58 minutes of the discussion.
Yeah.
And, you know, that just tells you, hey, look, they're glad to have the cards, whatever, but it's not what they're using. They're not using Marvel card collectors' opinion to make a decision on how they're going to move forward, as far as I can tell.
You know, but see, so that's a fascinating contradiction, because they're not using Marvel card people's opinions on how to move forward, but you're putting like weight on the Marvel card opinion to match up blue labels with comic books. So in one hand, you're saying that opinion doesn't matter. On the other hand, you're saying it moved the needle. That's a bit of a contradiction there.
Yeah, it's not a contradiction. And it's not a contradiction because I was involved in the early discussions. And, you know, anyone who, like, when I say involved in the early discussions, like was like working out the design in terms of like being reached out to say, hey, what do you think? Right. And anyone who ever come on the channel, anyone who talked to me in my DMs, anyone that I've talked to in person, when we talked about, hey, the future of Marvel cards should include grading with CGC, and it should be a blue label, which already existed in the TCG product.
Yeah.
So that they match our comics, the source material for the cards, that there would be some connectivity from a collecting standpoint there. And it was like a non-decision, actually. I think, you know, the way to think about it for CGC is like, yeah, of course, that's what this needs to be in. Comic cards need to look like comic book labels. And so, you know, that's just the way it rolled out. Now to look at, it rolled out in September last year. Is that right? Was it? No, it was prior to September. I think it was August, if I remember correctly. And forgive me on the time frame, July, August. So we're not even a year into it, and the label's being changed.
Right.
And so that tells me a couple of things. That tells me that when they're looking at how to streamline things and the amount of cards that were graded and the money that was made from Marvel cards, they were like, you know, casualty of war.
Everyone's a casualty of war when it comes to CGC.
Yeah.
It's like a harsh reality, you know. It's like, I saw a comment somewhere today where one gentleman left a comment because there was a sea of like people that were displeased, and there was one comment that said, it's always like it's always the negative folks that leave comments, and I think in a lot of cases that's true, but like there's a lot of stuff that CGC just doesn't do in a way that feels good to the collecting community. It's just, that's also an unavoidable fact. Like, I've been doing business with them for over 3 years now. And my very first dealing with them was an unpleasant one. And there's been unpleasant dealings sprinkled throughout to current day, to my most recent one, And so I get it, playing nice and taking the high road and being positive about it. But the truth is, they do wrong by a lot of us, quite frequently. And I'm not saying that this decision that they've made today or recently is right or wrong, or that they took it lightly. Whatever, they're making a decision in their best interest. Like, I agree with streamlining the whole process. I feel like if you're a grading company and you grade cards, I really don't care if you grade 1,000 different types of cards. Like, it makes sense to me that your card case and label be uniform, throughout all of them. That makes sense. It also makes sense to me that the blue label matches the comic books. Like, that's cute. That's a novelty. Like, I get that. That's fun. So I understand that that's a difficult decision to make.
Is it only a novelty because the sports cards are graded in a different label? Like, what if they were blue as well? Would it still be a novelty?
I think I'm just calling it a novelty because matching the thing and the thing is just like a novelty. I don't think that's a value add. There are individuals out there that collect comics and don't collect cards, so they don't see the value in it.
I mean, you had a tremendous amount of Marvel card, collectors who, changed where they were grading cards because of that thing that you're calling a novelty.
Man, I would like to go deeper and identify what sort of collectors those were. What were their grading experiences prior? What are their comic book collecting goals?
Are you saying that they were casual graders? Is that what you mean?
I'm not able to categorize them without knowing, what their collecting habits were. Like, I can't make that. It's just when you say I don't know the exact word you use. I think you said like there was a tremendous amount or something. You said there was a lot of people.
Right. So let's put it into context. The Marvel card community is not big. So it doesn't take a lot of people to be big in that space. Does that make sense? And so when I say that, so I mean like the overwhelming loud minority or majority, like whatever it really was, like the vocal part of that was very much saying, hey, yeah, we want our labels to match our comics. That's what I mean.
And that makes sense. It's not hard for me to, why wouldn't you want your comic book stuff to match your comic book stuff?
Yeah.
Like, that makes sense. And when you think of CGC, you think of the blue label.
Yeah. Well, as a comic, like the sports, I don't care. Like,
we never called the sports CGC, right? They were always called something else. When you think of the word CGC, you think of a blue label. That's their color.
Blue and yellow for sure.
Yeah.
VP, who has some very special Marvel cards in CGC slabs. It is a shame for the owners of the original slabs and labels, but I do understand the thinking of the uniformity within a company and adding and subtracting based on the marketplace as a whole, and not a relative smaller group, even if those are my friends. Sad, but understandable.
Sorry, I missed what was the end of his statement? What was
he was saying that the changes that they made to streamline it to be better as CGC sees it as a company is understandable for him because we're still just a small group represented in the larger piece.
I know for a lot of I agree. And I know for a lot of our friends, it feels good to be recognized by CGC. It feels good to feel like you matter to CGC. I just gonna always say this, and I hope things like this make it clear. None of us matter to CGC. It doesn't matter whose phone number we have. It doesn't matter if they made us feel good with some email asking our opinion. They are going to do what's in their best interest.
Does it feel weird when you talk about CGC as if they're like an individual who's just this person with like characteristics of how they feel? Or does that make sense?
Does it feel weird to me?
Yeah.
No, because if they have the ability to make people feel good and liked, I feel like that individual is acting as though a friend is giving them kudos or something.
Yeah, it's just like, does Walmart care about me? You know what I mean? Like, does General Motors care about me? I don't know. I just think
No.
it's like they have this persona of a person that like, and they're a company. They're making business decisions, and yeah, they're not the ones I would always make, and they're not the reasons I would always make them. But I still don't want to lose the fact that it's still a business.
Unfortunately, no rings.
No rings at all, like zero rings.
Nope. That's how difficult they are, whether they're serialized or non-serialized.
What is the pull rate?
Oh, I don't know. It's been tough. I've only had somebody pull me one once, the human ring.
What is it? Oh, okay.
Oh, so yeah, because they made it for they made like, I think it's like, they printed like 300 serialized ones. It's like 300 elfish rings, 900 dwarven rings, or 700 dwarven rings and 900 human rings, because in the books it was 3, 7, and 9.
Yeah.
And then even in this non-serialized, I think it's like 3,000, 7,000, 9,000. And at that, even though it seems like it's a lot, I mean, I've seen pull rates really low. I think one person I know has only pulled 5 from several master cases. So,
wow. So even if you get a high number serial number, like it's still,
if you get a serial number, it's worth a lot. If you even just get the basic one, it's like worth a couple $100.
Are there actual sales?
Yeah.
Like what are the sales?
Right, I think like the human ring non-serialized has been roughly around like $300.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone said that there's like a serialized one that's, I don't know if it's sold, but it was listed for 13,000. Yeah. So it's a little nuts sometimes when you think about it, how might go, but
I guess it's so foreign to me to think about how big Magic the Gathering is as a collecting community, because I'm not connected to it at all. And then how much Marvel pales in comparison from a collecting community size.
Well, I mean, I think it's just the whole like having a serialized number and having it 101. I think that was just like their perfect storm for getting things to like be crazy like this. I think normal Magic cards, unless they're like really old and vintage, don't really carry that kind of a price tag even in these days. So I think it's a lot of the hype and then the IP related to it has just created kind of like this price storm, which I think they're going to try to recreate in the future because it's been a big money grab for them.
Well, so let me ask you, while we're on the topic of CGC, you collect Pokemon and other TCGs, right?
Yeah.
Magic now.
Yeah,
how do you feel about
BGS?
What's that?
Oh, you can see all my BGS slabs here.
Okay. So how do you feel about CGC changing their not only grading scale, but also their color of their labels? Because TCGs are impacted just as well.
It's very interesting to think about. I'm not sure if I don't do a lot with CGC, so it's kind of interesting, but I don't know. I just don't like these like sudden grade changes, or I at some point I feel like companies will have to make that step forward, and then maybe try to come up with the uniform grading scale. But I mean, I don't know. It's just weird that you just suddenly come around and do it, but it just kind of now brings that question into like, what do people do with their old slabs, the new slabs?
Oh, you pay $5 and get them reholdered because they won't give you the courtesy of pulling the rug from under you and replacing it for free.
Right.
Well, at the end of the stream, they did say, if you need to reholder thousands of cards, give us a call. We might work out a deal.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's cute for the
all right.
the
$4 a card.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what that means. What would have been nice to say in the stream is to actually read some of the disgruntled comments, right? Because the company's not a human being, but everyone that they're upsetting is. So it would have been nice to recognize that. It would have been nice to maybe have an apology in there somewhere saying, hey, we understand how this might be frustrating. We understand that some of you guys did business with us because of the blue labels, you know, whatever.
So now, like everybody who has a 9.5 gets an upgrade to a 10. Is that
if they send it in and pay the $5? Yes, it's a 10 now, because it's not the number that matters, it's the gem mint. But we're human beings, and it is the number that matters, or else they wouldn't have changed it. Perception is everything. Most people want their slab to say 10, not 9.5. Right? That's why they made that decision, because they're dealing with people, and people's psychology says they want a 10. That's why they made the decision. It's still a gem mint.
So
it's
then
a 10 now.
Will a 9.5 exist?
Yes.
If it already exists, it will exist.
It'll be a gem plus, I think is what they call it.
Oh, you're saying, I got you. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I didn't even look into that.
Yeah, so they said on the stream, like, hey, we believe this adds value to cards that are in a CGC slab because people want to see a 10. The market has spoken. They want a gem mint 10, not a gem 9.
Yeah, but we knew that. We all said that even prior. Brain Death here says, so what are CGC pristines now? 10 pristines. They're still 10 pristines.
And they may be perfect. 10s, and they may be perfect, but they're only going to get the pristine label.
Yeah, perfect 10s only exist if you already have them. Nothing going forward will get the designation of perfect.
Yeah. It's interesting, and I don't remember, and I haven't read through this full description here. I'll pull this up so we can look at the slab. So for those who maybe haven't seen it,
I want to read something here too.
Yeah, go ahead.
RMS says, I can't remove emotion on my collecting decisions. It's what drives what I collect and grade. It makes us no RMS no yes, none of us can actually remove them. I mean, few of us can. The reason Justin said that is because Justin and I are having a masked argument directly with one another, and I'm not going to just leave it alone. We're going to continue that. But he was more talking to me about why do I take personal offense from CGC, and he has a fair way of arguing it, but I'm going to break that down in just a couple of minutes after he does what he's doing here on the screen, because I'm not done with this just yet, my friend. And Justin, I love you, but
we're going to talk. And you can't outlove me the way I love you, so.
Oh, see,
now it's a love measuring contest.
Now he just wins. I don't care. He wins the argument. It's fine.
Okay, so honestly, looking at these labels, not really a fan.
Not a fan. And so is it the fact that it's got different font or the color? Like,
I would say font, and then I don't know. For some reason, I have some cards graded with CGC. In the blue label. I mean, I don't know, it just looks better. Everything seems just kind of like the Pokemon stuff. It looks very crowded. It's like so much information on there, and I get it, but it's just, I don't know, not as clean as I expect like the CGC labels to be.
So Manu, do you like this little barcode that they have here in black and white?
I would rather they put that on the back.
I'm the wrong person to ask about the barcode.
All right, let's so actually I think this is also, this image that we're seeing here is actually a big part of why they're doing this, because they also announced that if it's a licensed item, they're going to grade it into the future. So moving forward, they're going to be more like BGS is the way I heard it. And that if it's licensed, they're grading it. It's not a question of will they or won't they. You can just send it in. And it sounds like their slabs are going to start growing in scale. So that was something else I thought was interesting.
Doom said something here. He said it's not uniform though. Everything else still is a blue label. I think Justin was simply saying that there's uniformity across the cards. Well, I mean, that's really all. Yeah, that's the only place there's uniformity is the cards, right?
Yeah.
It's just not as it's not like easy to read. Like when I look at these labels and I just see a whole bunch of text, it doesn't really like it's not quick for me to like identify like quickly what it is. You know, it's like, oh, okay, you know, it's like that, you know, it's like AF-15 like comic cut, you know, okay. You know, like the blue labels kind of was much simpler in its way, that the text, and then you guys said what, there no more subgrades?
They're gone. Period. Like their
no
PSA way.
Subgrades, period. Yeah.
It's not even an option. I like kind of like that about CGC. I guess you could get subgrades Because sometimes I care about subgrades on
Yeah.
my cards, you know.
So,
Well, the reason we cared about subgrades on CGC 9.5s is because we wanted to know what would crack and turn into a PSA 10. And now,
Exactly.
And they don't want us to do that, clearly.
all right. So
Okay,
which
now
one
you
looks
see.
better?
Like the
Oh,
blue
man, that
one.
blue label's
To be
looking
honest
better.
with you, like the font just really pops a lot easier, so I can identify very quickly like what the card is. You know, obviously, you know, it's like upper deck, the card number and all of that is like important information, but not really. The main information that I care about is what is that card.
I'm bringing this up because that's what the 10 looks like. It'll be a black and gold label.
I'm not loving that. I mean, I got to see it in reality. Like, is there a shiny aspect? Is there a foil aspect? Or is it just that cheesy, like circus, casino, Reno looking 10? Like, what is that?
Let me do this and I'll make it.
That's the corniest thing I've ever seen.
There we go. See if that's any better for you to see.
Okay.
That's looking cheesy, man. That looked like a quarter machine sticker.
It's a little cheesy, I'll admit, but I do like that it's a little bit more visible. But
Yeah,
I mean, but you can recognize, like, you know, the 10. Like, you see a gold 10, you're automatically gonna associate that with being pristine. Like,
yeah, they talked about how you couldn't tell like you had to get close to see.
Yeah,
the
you
difference
can't really
between
see the word
perfect and the
pristine.
10.
Yeah, or you know, but everyone knows gold 10. Like, you know, they're like, okay, you know, you can
so see. Look, I love my blue labels. I mean, I think everyone here on the channel knows how I feel about it and how I have felt about it. I mean, I put on my vision board in 2022 for CGC to grade Marvel cards, and like it was something that, you know, I wanted to see happen, and I was very grateful when it did happen in the blue labels. And you know, and I like that this has subgrades, and at the same time, I'm sad that that I'm not gonna be able to get them in blue labels anymore. I'm gonna go through my collection here pretty soon because we have until July 12th to send Marvel cards in and get them in blue labels if we want them that way moving forward, right? So there is still a little bit of a window, but I'm curious, like X number of years into the future, if CGC doesn't ever go back to blue labels, and they might, you know, like for some reason, what are these going to be looked at like CGC looks at the red labels, which is the old modern version of a CGC comic book slab label that no longer exists? And could it even actually add to some rarity of the cards in the sense of like, these are blue labels with pristine with subgrades? Like I say,
the
rarity,
label
I mean,
is
like
not the
collectability.
collectible. The label is not the collectible.
All right, so let me give you a better example. AF-15 is not a good example, but let's say this card, or even better yet, overly produced card. There's a lot of these. There's just not a lot of them in a 10, right? So this being a 10 and a blue label, like X number of years down the future, you have a PSA 10 version of this, and then you have, say, the CGC gold black label. Which one would you rather have in your collection in terms of like it's more desirable?
What? I'm sorry. There's the new version of this in a 10. I want to see our faces on the screen because I want to talk to somebody, but that's all right.
Sorry.
Hi, Jen. Nice to meet you.
What up?
Okay, so many years down the line, you're gonna have tens of these
the
floating
suck
around.
is gone. It sucks that we're not doing blue labels anymore. It just is. But there's this period of, you know,
no, I think it's unavoidably cool that there's going to be some 10s floating around, and because that this is, you know, something that happened for 1 year, and then from that point on there weren't any blue label cards, that unavoidably is going to make the blue label cards cooler. That is that's how things work, you know. I do not have any issue with that, or agreeing that 10s are going to be gone, and so blues are going to be gone. So what exists now is what it exists now, and that's kind of cool.
Right. So this is what I want to ask. I think Funky Mint's getting to it. So what happens if we send in a 9.5? Well, this would get an automatic 10 is what they said.
Yeah.
And they would update the pop report, meaning the 9.5 would go away and they would add the 10.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And it would be on the pop report would be a gem mint 10. Okay. So like this is, I'm not reholdering this, by the way. I have no plans to do that. Cause not only to me, it really is a 9.5 gem mint, in the sense of it's the gem mint, but it also has the Spidey Hits collection on the back and the blue label. And I don't want to lose either one of those.
Right.
So
I don't know. I just feel it's weird that they're gonna bump up 9.5s to 10s.
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't, was BGS going to bump up their 9.5s to 10s?
If it had a certain sort of subgrade, if it was,
yeah,
if
it
had,
yeah. I think if it had like 4, if it was like a true gem mint, which was 4 9.5s,
something like that, right?
Yeah, I think that would be the only case that it would get a 10.
Something like that. Venom Collector, no. Below 9.5, everything remains the same. There are half grades below 9.5s, and they are going to remain as they are. The changes are happening at the top end. The changes are happening where the money is. That's where the changes are happening.
Yep. Yeah, because remember there was 3. There was 2 10s and then 9.5. So they took away the top 10, and now the 9.5 is the 10, and then everything else is going to stay the same on the way down, I believe, basically.
And that blue label is playful. It feels better for like Pokemon cards. Now the Pokemon label is going to get a little bit of a serious twist to it, but PSA is a relatively serious, like historic label, like whatever simple little thing, library card.
Because so much of this has become, I'm with you. Like so much of this has become about selling. And I think like the question is like, would you rather have a blue 9.5 or this new label and a 10 if you're going to sell it?
It's got to be the 10, man.
It's got to be the 10.
Human psychology. It's got to be the 10.
Segment says that 10.
So that's, look, that's what's driving the decision. Like,
I think for them, what's driving the decision is that on the secondary market, their cards are poop, and that's making people not want to grade with them because it's not bringing in any money, and so now they have to change the marketability and put a 10 on it. Exactly what's driving the decision.
Yeah, but is it really gonna like change like the mindset of people?
No,
like,
it's not gonna do what they no.
Right, exactly. They're thinking that they're thinking like, okay, when you've been around as long as PSA has been, then it kind of it's kind of already set itself up to being like 10s are worth this much. So when they first came into grading like sports and all of that stuff, you got to take time to build yourself up. You can't just expect to like change the label and then suddenly your card values, match PSA's values, it's going to take a long time for you to get to a point where your value starts to go up. And I don't know, if you upset a lot of people, I don't know if that's going to really help bolster like that business. You might get new people to join in, but is that really going to help offset maybe some of the people who now may say like, you know what, I'm not going to grade with CGC anymore. I'll just keep all my cards raw, or my comic books,
or just send them to PSA. Yeah. Like, if CGC, if Marvel is too small a fish to for CGC to like use to make this major decision, it's got to be the sports card community as they see as the biggest opportunity for them, right? So how is the sports card community reacting to this new grading scale? Because it's not a label change for them. They're just going to a gem mint 10. Is really the biggest.
Well, I feel like it's going to be the same way, right? Because people are going to, anyone who has a 9.5 that gets reholders get a 10, they're going to enjoy that because now they're getting a little bit boost, but they're not going to get that huge price jump that maybe that they're hoping that CGC is hoping that these people will get now. And
wait, did their sports cards have 9.5s? Their sports cards never had 9.5s.
Oh, they do. Was that already the grading scale for sports?
I think so. Yeah, I think they had a 9.5 and then 10. I don't know if like CSG or whatever had any like black label style where it was like a perfect 10. Because I think it was just a 10 9.5.
Right.
Yeah,
So it's
kind
only
of.
the
I think they were more
non-sports.
like PSA scale, where it's like 10, 9, 5, 9, 8, 5. So if
That's
they get
interesting.
the boost, it'll. I mean, for them, yeah, but they're not going to see like a,
Well,
like a $300 jump from going from a 9.5 to a
that
10.
that kind of explains part of it, because the person that runs the sports division of CSG also ran the Marvel card aspect.
Mm,
And so it was
interesting.
like, yeah, like this was like coming to his side of the aisle. You see what I'm saying?
Check this out. What if they were like, we need uniformity, right? Obviously, sports cards are the biggest audience of card
Yeah.
graders, and they hit up a couple of sports cards people and said, hey, we're gonna go uniform. We're putting blue labels on everything. We're CGC. And the sports cards guy said, you put a blue label on my sports cards, and I'm never grading with you. They said, I'm sorry, all right. We'll do the
Yeah.
boring label for the sports card guys. We'll screw everyone else. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because they would never put a blue label on the sports card stuff, because
Yeah.
it's too
The
playful
color.
for
Yeah.
that big of a market of cards, I think.
I think so. We do need to get some questions. So Dan says, if you send in a 9.5 before the July 12th label change, does it come back to you as a blue label Gem Mint 10?
See, that's a good
No,
question.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
So you
I
don't get
think
the new grade, but still the blue label. You get the old 9.5 Gem Mint.
I think the only way to get a blue label is on the current grading scale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the
Wait.
grading scale and label change that happen together.
Happen together. So if you submit until the 12th, you are getting graded the way it's been graded with the blue
Mhm.
label.
Yeah.
Unless you
Yes.
opt into the new service, which will put
Right.
about a week onto your delivery time.
Right. Right.
Well, I can see now why sports cards made like this, because they'll be getting a tier that they maybe didn't have before. They'll get that perfect. Well, what? Oh no, they won't get perfect.
They had a
there.
perfect 10. They had
Interesting.
something. I
think it was just a 10. I don't remember if they ever had a perfect.
No,
like
I think their sports cards was just like PSA. I think
Yeah.
there
10
was a
and
Gem
9.
Mint 10. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So,
Well,
I
then
don't
that
think it's
must-
any.
then
I
they're-
guess it's just a label update for them and not really a big change. So I guess for them, it's not a. It won't have as a big impact of losing like that blue label or losing a perfect 10. So I guess the sports card side said, no big deal. Updated label, that's fine. I'll deal with it.
Yeah. And I want to see one of the CSG labels in person, or I guess now CGC. I want to see them in person. I don't actually find them to be like ugly. They're they're boring for sure, but I've never minded boring, so I want to see them.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's not important, but that's really wasn't the question for tonight, which was like, hey, we graded comic cards with CGC because they matched our or the number one grader for comic books. Most people, have their comic books in the CGC slab. That's just true.
So then does
CBCS is like nearly obsolete, that company.
So then does this transcend over everything that they'll be grading in the future? Like all future comic books, all future.
Man, if they change labels on comics.
Yo, if they change labels on comics, I'm opening up my own business and it's going to only sell old CGC slabs. Like, wait, that's already what I do. Sorry.
Just keep at what you're doing, right?
Yeah. I'm going to live even more in the past if they decide to turn.
So then go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay. So I assume that anything after the change, if you send in a comic book to get graded, it'll still come back with the blue label?
Yeah, they've not changed anything on anything other than cards. This is only
cards.
A card change. Yeah,
that's my understanding.
Yo, they are not going to rug pull the comic book section. We're the bread and butter over there.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I don't know if you want to ruffle that many feathers all at once.
They're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Yeah. So Mr. Laga says, didn't they also say you don't need to have a membership to grade with them? That is true. You do not have to have a membership. And the way that they phrased it was, look, if you're just like a collector and you want to just grade 3 cards, there's no reason for you to have this, $200 and whatever membership to grade 3 cards.
Yeah.
And, like, look, they have dealers and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know what that is. I don't know what that costs, but there's other levels to, having quota membership, but just to grade cards. No, that's not the case. That does remain true for comic books, though. You have to have a membership to grade comic books.
Right.
Oh,
really? Okay.
Yeah.
But you have a membership, right?
I have a membership, yeah. Because I used the free credit immediately, like my first submission after, signing the membership or whatever the situation was. I used the free credit, the membership gets paid for. There used to be discounts associated with the membership. There no longer are discounts associated with the membership. unless I think maybe you have like the elite one, and I don't think I have the elite one. I actually do not remember, but if I didn't need a membership, I wouldn't have it.
Yeah. Hey, I like this statement in terms of us having a conversation around it. Marvelous says this makes PSA more powerful. Agree, disagree? What has them be more powerful? Like what is?
I mean, I think publicly, if you've got a couple thousand people pissed off at CGC for a day, for that day, PSA is more powerful. But over time, I don't know if this. I mean, this isn't bad for PSA. CGC probably thinks they're creating competition because they're going to have Gem Mint 10 floating around.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is a long play. We can't tell. We do not know today if this is good or bad for PSA yet.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Yeah.
I think it's just trying to be sensible. All right. Like that's the word I'm gonna use about myself here. I want to be sensible about things and not get overly emotional. In an effort to be sensible, I think I want to reserve some judgment till I actually am holding the slab.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? I don't want to make a definitive end of the world. This is crap, until I have something in hand.
Zen said it won't happen until it happens because I said they wouldn't do that to comics. Zen's got a point. It won't happen until it happens. I don't have a preference of the slabs, right? This is
I'm actually blaming you for this slab because when we first started talking about CGC, you said that you would prefer something that had a look that was more like PSA, and I can pull up a PSA
simple
slab.
And left
alignment with small pushed over, which is exactly what it is.
Kind of like what it is.
I like what it
is. It's black and white, and it's got a newsstand barcode. It's like they're trying to please you, and you just will not accept it.
Well, I'm happy, but here's you're right. This is from the gate. I probably would have voted for this approach, uniformity across all of your cards, so on and so forth. I probably would have pushed for this approach. You know what would have been nice? If it was this from the very beginning, and to appease anyone that liked the idea of matching, give them the option of a blue. I'm not talking about the grading scale, but you could have just given someone an additional $5 feature. They already do custom labels on comic books. Why not say, hey, if you want your comic cards to match your comic book, pay us another $5. We'll print some blue on it for you.
So they did not answer that question on the live stream, but they did answer that question about subgrades, which I think is similar. And they said, yeah, we like the money. And they acknowledged that the $5 for subgrades was expensive, right?
Wasn't it $15 or was it $5?
15,
was it $5?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, say $15. Whatever it was, they used the word expensive. They said, but it wasn't about that. They wanted the uniformity. And that's why they got
subgrades could have been snuck onto the back of the label or something. It could have been anywhere.
It wasn't just that. In fairness, like I'm calling out the blue label aspect of it, saying that they were obviously focusing on uniformity, but they were talking about even what happens from a grading standpoint with their graders when they're putting on the sub labels. There's a psychology for them as well, like to get hyper focused on an aspect of a card.
We wouldn't want that to happen to our graders now, would we?
I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
Pay attention, Jin.
Well, all right. As someone who lives in a world where it's not grading in the same sense as what they do, but we have to look at things every day and we have to determine the quality of it in my world. I literally had like a 35-minute conversation with my team today saying, everything's not black and white. Stop trying to make everything black and white. It isn't. This is, you're painting a picture and you're trying to determine what colors you have access to, what medium are you doing, what canvas, what type of texture are you working with to then paint the picture. And, and I wonder if there's some element of that with grading, like, is this not always very black and white? And when you get into the subgrade aspect of it, it can cause people to, overcorrect and miss the whole point. And so I don't know anything about grading. I'm not a grader, don't listen to me, but that's what I was hearing whenever they were talking about that.
And I do want to answer. Please.
Well, I just wanted to do this real quick. Yes, I've talked to Fausto, and I'm not going to share private conversations publicly. Fausto has a YouTube channel. He has an Instagram. He'll say whatever he does.
Can I speak my opinion? I mean, out of respect for Fausto as a friend, I think I could say a couple things that wouldn't offend him for me to say. I think, I think I was on his Instagram page today, and I noticed that he didn't share any of this in his story from the last I checked. Now, if someone wants to keep me honest and correct me, do. But last I checked, he didn't share any of it. I think that speaks loud enough.
Yeah, Fausto is a Marvel card expert, and he was very involved with the Blue Label, like very involved.
Yeah. So I think it's very easy to read into the fact that he is not celebrating this today in his stories.
Correct. Charles says, I can see SGC and BGS getting rid of the 9.5s also years from now.
Sure.
Interesting.
Jay, what's going on?
Why get rid of the 9.5s? It's like, I feel like it's like PSA. You get 9s or 10s. There's no 9.5s in PSAs anymore. You can get other 0.5s, just no 9.5s.
There is still a 9.5 in CGC's new grading scale.
Yeah.
This little heart emoji on the side of the chat box always blocks the last word for me, and that thing is brand new. Oh, there it is. It's just the letter I. Marvelous Pack says, invite Norin if possible. Was hoping he would be on the show. I am also reading into the same Manu. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Look, Manu definitely was welcome to come tonight, and so
Norin was definitely welcome to come. Tonight.
Manu.
I was not welcome. I just showed up.
I meant to say Norin. My apologies. Okay, Mark says, wonder what the TCG collectors think.
They're pretty upset today.
It's actually a bigger change for them than us, Marvel card collectors.
They're big. They're much larger submitters. And they were the first non-sports stuff for CGC to take on was Pokemon and things.
Yeah, I think so.
So I think that's going to have a bigger impact for them, but I don't know if it's going to change much.
I'm going to admit, I don't have any Blue Label Pokemon. I don't have any graded Pokemon stuff as it is, but that Blue Label, the playful quality of it
kind of matches
to lend really well. Yeah.
I actually think you could get some type of discount, Funkin' Mint, Corey, on your CGC membership.
If you have the membership, you get discount. Oh, a refund, you're saying. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know about a refund. I think what it is you like get
credit.
Maybe they apply it to your grading cost or something. There's something like that.
Sorry, I want to talk about that in just a second. I'm going to hop right back in. Mattis, what up? Yeah, I got a new mug. It's very impractical. It's hard to sip out of. But also, I saw you
pour
on.
Down your chin.
Yeah, I'm nervous it's going to spill. I saw you on Sunday's Sit Down, and it was very nice to see you. And I only caught maybe 15 or 20 minutes of your part there, but that was amazing. So what up, Mattis? Hope you're having a good night. That was cool to see you.
Jesse says
so many levels. People. Yeah.
Oh, Jesse says 3 levels of 10 can be very deceiving.
Agreed. Absolutely right. You got to be very careful when you're looking at these things.
I will say, if they're going to change the grading scale, I think they made the right decision personally with having 2 10s, which is, a gem mint and then a pristine. I like that personally. I always kind of wished PSA had just,
the kind of that perfect thing.
Yeah. What if I send you the perfect card? Like, what is it then? And I think that's why a little bit of a market was created for the diamond, authentication.
There's a guy who
the extra certification.
Yeah, he'll put a diamond on there and say,
and then he has he'll point is it a 10-10?
Yeah.
So, but I didn't mean to cut you off, Manu. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was during that live, there were so many people asking that question. And I get it from a PR perspective. The person handling the live stream ignored every single time anyone asked that question, which was hundreds of times. But it's not as though everyone watching the stream doesn't see the question being ignored. It also makes you look bad to ignore the question. There's 500 people watching. Everyone can see you're cherry picking the questions, right? Just go away if you're not going to have an honest conversation. Just go away.
And what live stream was this?
The CGC one today explaining the changes because one of the questions
I watched the recording. I didn't see the live.
I actually watched it while it was happening, right? And so that makes sense. Anyone watching the recording, they're not going to be able to see all of the questions being asked. But one of the questions that was asked over and over again was, I just signed up for a membership and now I don't need it. Can I get a refund? And no one answered that question.
Oh, that's good. Answer the question.
I hope they can get a refund. If you're not going to use it, you just signed up for it, just give the money back.
Yeah. So Cap here says, CGC and CSG graded 68,000 cards last month, and only 8,600 or 7.9% were non-sports. Cheaper to keep a customer than acquire a new one. So he's saying they're going to lose 8,600, but they're probably, it's going to be a lot harder to gain another 8,600.
CGC and CSG graded 68,000. Of that, only 8% were non-sports. That means even Pokemon is only part of that 8%.
I don't think I think TCG is a separate category. Non-sport is another.
You're right. I think yes.
Yeah. So I'm curious if by saying non-sport, is he including TCG? I don't think so.
Joe here, Joe Day is clarifying that 68K was all non-sports and TCG.
Or of the 68.
Yeah, this is actually misworded a little bit because he's saying that 68K.
Because of CSG, because he mentioned CSG.
Right. Okay.
Which is sports.
CSG hasn't updated their sports cards pop. Okay, interesting.
Okay. Joe, thank you for that.
Oh, got it. So out of the 68,000, all of those are Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. 7,000 of those were like comic book cards and pop culture cards.
Right. Yeah, so like I'm curious from a value standpoint. And let me say this. I think a lot of people that grade with CGC, they're grading with CGC because that's what they want their card to be in, not because they think it's going to get the highest return.
Right.
But we do need to, not us necessarily, but there is a real conversation about what is going to be the value impact with these cards. Like, if people have currently graded in a blue label, we know you look the same either way. Like,
all right, then I'll stop.
What do you think the value impact is going to be for the people who own Marvel cards in a blue slab? Are their cards going to drop in value, or are people going to just like say, no, I don't want anything to do with it? Or will it have another impact of maybe they stay the same, or maybe they actually go up in value?
I can see there being a segment of people that say, I want the blue label stuff. Mm-hmm. Give me your blue label stuff.
So like that becomes part of their hunt, their collection.
Yeah.
Like there's only a 10-month window, but I'm a comic person through and through. So if I buy a slab, I'm chasing that thing they don't make anymore.
I'll tell you right now, but nothing changed for me. I've been after the perfect 10s in a blue label since the beginning. I've never seen a card I want in a perfect 10. And I would still take a perfect 10, but perfect 10s are so dope because there's so few. That's the whole point. I don't care. I've always wanted one. I still don't have one.
And on the live stream, that's why they said they didn't do it, because they just don't exist. Like it just doesn't happen. So why even have it on the grading scale?
And I saw a comment about subgrades, and in someone, a CGC representative said, of the overall cards graded, only 5% elected for subgrade. So it wasn't very difficult for us to let go of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what they said. Yeah. Ryan McKenna, $5 shipped is, I can't do $5 shipped, but you know what? You pay me $17 and I'll order you one from eBay and have it shipped to you.
Mattis says that he's the biggest MCU cameo ever.
Yes, he is. And he's a real comic book reader, a real reader. The guy knows what he's doing over there.
Yeah. Swish says, I asked Spidey Hits why he used PSA for his last submission, the Marvel cards. Oh, it's easy. Those cards are either going into a collection of cards that are already graded PSA, like my Dark Phoenix collection. The vast majority of those are already in PSA, and I want to stay uniform there. Or I think the cards look better in the PSA slab, or that I want to sell them. So they fall into one of those three categories.
Sure.
Yep.
Making the sense. But so I posted this on my story today, these ones, right? So not only has CGC not started grading image cards yet, Fausto, what was that? This was a special arrangement. Like CGC wanted to get their hands on a couple of image cards just to, get things going. And then, I would post some and blah, blah, blah. Didn't even get that far. And they've already done away with the blue labels and haven't even announced this yet. So these will, I guess, be the only image cards ever graded in a blue label.
Don't think I'm not going to sneak one in my next submission.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. You already have your own. You got your comic cuts and blue labels. Let me have these. Guys, if I see another image card come up and Justin's got it, you know what that's going to mean to me? That means Justin took from me what I had. He said, no,
Your
Manu,
your
you can't have
uniqueness
that.
was stolen.
Yeah.
He
And you
took
know I'm
it.
getting a 9.5.
He took it. I better sell these before he does that.
He says, did you guys start early? No, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific
Oh,
Standard
Matt,
Time.
what up?
Same time, normal.
Yeah.
But I mean,
And we're still talking about it.
Even if
Oh, we're still
subgrades-
talking about it, my friend. That conversation is going to keep going.
Even if a lot of people didn't do subgrades, I mean, just keep the option there. I mean, it doesn't really hurt, right?
Yeah, you want big screen?
Yeah, I want to. I just want to show this. Look how dope these two look together.
Yeah, that's great.
The what is this one again? The 1990. Oh, the 19. Where am I? The 1991, the first Venom, and then from the next set, the 316 picture. I just think these look so great together.
Yeah,
and the cards are so kind of old school and boring looking that the label looks fine with them. They kind of match.
See Todd by Todd.
That's right.
Dave, it's working.
Oh, it's working, Dave.
Yeah,
it's working.
Yep. Doom says Fausto is the best. Pretty horrible they disregarded the community he helped to represent.
Hey, I gave a warning at the beginning of that relationship, and I'll go ahead and repeat it. I said to Fausto, you're giving CGC the keys to the kingdom. We trust you. You are the reason that we will lend trust to CGC, and I hope they guard that and don't just use it. But it's a transaction. Fausto got paid for his services, and that's kind of where the business of it all stops. Everything else is just me being foolishly romantic, hoping someone gives a crap about the people involved. And sometimes companies don't, because like Justin reminded us, companies aren't people.
They're just not. And, you know, as much as I want them to be, it doesn't mean I don't want them to see us as people, as collectors, right? It just, it's just,
you know, I'm a company, but I'm a person, but I'm a very small company. In fact, I'm the only member of the company.
Yeah. So you sweep the floors and cash the checks.
Exactly right. I do.
Yeah.
I do indeed.
Boar says, if you do the 150 to 299 membership, you get 150 store credit, but can't be used on SS
Signature Series.
Okay. Thank you for that.
It can only go towards grading fees. It doesn't cover shipping costs. It doesn't cover handling costs. It's only credit towards actual grading fees.
So Venom eats brains. Manu drinks Venom's brains.
Oh, that's a play on. I like that. I like that. T-Bear, appreciate you, my friend.
West Coast says, Manu, maybe we should pump some money into Legion slab.
Yeah.
Represent.
Yeah. Legion, man. Captain Buttcrack.
Captain Buttcrack.
Stop it.
That's a gem mint.
It sure is.
Yeah.
It sure is.
So when they're done with subgrades, are they doing subgrades on every submission? No, they're like subgrades are done.
Gone.
I think you can get them till the 12th, and then after that they're gone. They're not.
That's crazy. It's just keep it as an option. Subgrades, yes or no?
Jen,
yes, pay extra. Because BGS does the same thing, and it's not like, you know, obviously a lot of people can get subgrades, but if you don't want, just don't pay the extra money, and it doesn't hurt anybody. Or I mean, maybe the grader has to spend a little extra time, but I mean, when you're grading anyway, you're kind of already making a checklist of stuff that you see.
Yeah, you have subgrades.
Yeah, you have to subgrade it yourself anyway.
The grading itself is an accumulation of defects in what you recognize.
Right.
You know?
Right. Derpa Doo has the right idea. Getting all of my image cards ready to submit.
Oh, can you guys give me some
announcement? Should be coming anytime, but I'll have the only ones in a blue label.
Suggestions for image cards that I should send in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing. How you gonna do it? They ain't even announced image cards yet, so you can submit anything you want up until the 12th. We're not taking your image submissions.
Just see what happens.
I'm just gonna slip in. I'm gonna slip in. I'm gonna put like $100 with each of my cards when I submit it for the grader to grade it.
Listen. No, you don't even have to, right? Because at the top of the show, I said there's a few voices that get to talk to a few people. Well, listen, this is one of the voices here, okay? So if anyone wanted to slip a CGC slab in, if I can get one through Fausto, you know this guy could get one through Fausto. So he's already texted. Look at him. When he's looking down at that 45-degree angle, he's
already on his phone. He's like, how many image cards can I get graded?
Look what Dan said. Dan says, send over a few image slab photos.
Oh,
so I'm looking to see. I think he may have sent them in Discord. So
I'm
not seeing them.
Let's see.
Dan, who you talking to? Somebody else? Dan, just send them somebody else.
Did Fausto step out on me? Was he two-timing?
Oh,
Did he make me feel like the only woman in the room? And then,
Yep. A new LLC.
oh, he said Dan, I actually don't have access to my Instagram. Why am I talking like that? To my Instagram while we're live because I'm using this device and this is that device. So
Okay.
I will see that soon. I apologize, Dan. Or you can send them to Justin.
Yeah,
He's
send them to me,
Spidey
bud.
Hits on Instagram.
That's me.
Okay.
Wait. Wes says, I love CGC's new Iron Man service. You can send in a card that's a 4.0 and under, and they iron.
That's right. That's right.
I need to read
You
the
know,
comments before I put them up
dude,
there.
No, keep it this way. I like it.
I love it.
And
I love it.
that's so funny because if you just think about CGC's, what's a nomenclature? What word is that? Nomenclature?
Nomenclature?
Yeah,
What is
nomenclature.
that? What does that word mean?
Can't remember.
Okay, I'll pick a different word. So
Yeah.
the way that they name things, right? Like in their comic book grading, their top tier used to be called walkthrough, which is already ridiculous. You can't walk through anything. You're still shipping it, but it's
Yeah.
called walkthrough. It's not like the most like self-explainable thing. And now it's called unlimited value. Like, why don't you just call it something that makes sense, man? Like, like the top tier service or something. Like, what is unlimited value? It's still confusing. What the heck does that mean?
Right.
I know what it means, but it's still confusing to name a service level that.
Come on, focus.
Come on, focus.
I got screwed. I got screwed McDucked.
Why is that not focusing? Come on.
And
focus.
what card is that? That's awesome. Spawn
It's the
1. Where is
cover.
that from? Yeah. Can you
Come
read
on.
us the details? Because we can't see it. Tell us where that's from.
Well, I want everybody to see it. I'm just trying to get
Dan, is that yours? Who is my competition?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I win. You know why? You
got the 9?
That card ain't got subgrades. No, I got subgrades.
Oh, you got subgrades.
I got subgrades. I got that balanced. Dang, you got a gang of them. But I still got subgrades.
That's the back.
Time to resubmit for them subgrades.
Yeah, you got 12 days. Get them in there.
Gang.
Remember, I have that middle card, which is the bottom one as well, in a PSA 10.
I like it in a PSA 10, but I want to know whose cards are those? Who did Fausto do that for? Oh, gotta get at him. I gotta get at him. Guys, I'm fighting everybody. I'm taking all face.
Look what you did, Dan. You're creating tension between.
Create that tension, Dan. There's too much smiley clapping for every announcement going on. I want tension. I want truth. Dan. And the truth is, I'm not the only man for Fausto.
Yeah,
there was somebody else.
You ain't nothing but a Sam Smith song. You thought you were the only one.
And I don't know what that means. I don't never sang Peaches, but I know Justin's making a point. Okay, I know Justin's making a point.
Oh man, having fun.
Yes, gently touch the like button. I gotta touch the like button.
Do that. Laser Brain says the real question is: do I move to Beckett or PSA?
PSA.
Laser Brain. PSA.
Beckett's a sinking ship, so I don't know.
Do not do anything with Beckett.
If you want to be on that ship, but
I have a Beckett item though that I really love, but that's what Beckett's good for: authentication. Because this is
tougher. It's an easy question. It's a tough question, right?
Right. It is.
So easy question is PSA if you're looking to sell in the next, foreseeable future. But history says that when everybody does something, then nobody wants it. And like, how long is that going to play out over time? Like when I say time, I mean 30 years from now, right? I don't mean 5 or 10 years from now. So it'll be interesting if everyone grades into raw cards becomes, whatever.
Dan said, I couldn't find the card Manu has minty enough to send. And you know what's interesting about that, Dan, is, these come in Wizard number 11s. And I have a lot of polybagged copies of Wizard number 11. But in the polybag, you can only see the front. So I'm not able to assess the back while it's still sealed. And I don't want to open up a dozen of them. So I picked 2 polybagged copies that from the front looked clean. But then when you look at the back, they have edge wear and stuff. That's why I got 8 and a 9. But fortunately, one of the magazines that I opened looked so clean that I submitted that, and that one came back a 9.8. So I wouldn't have even, and I sold it. It came back a 9.8, and I sold it for $775. It was a direct edition, not a newsstand. I sold my last newsstand 9.8 for $1,000. Fun facts, but anyway, That's why I couldn't submit a 10, because I couldn't look at the back of them without opening the magazine. I wasn't about to open all the magazines.
Right.
Well, I mean, if you could grade them all, you just keep one, right?
Yeah.
I like my sealed stuff. My PC is ungraded. I say this all the time. It costs less and it takes up less space. My PC is ungraded.
Hey,
but there's always that risk of damage.
Oh, and it's not it's a risk with evidence. If I submit 5 books a month and I have to deal with 2 or 3 issues, that's enough experience for me to know that the risk is too real.
Yeah. I can see that.
Kevin says no room on the new label for subgrades anyways. So just show that.
Yeah.
I mean, on the front for sure, but
I wish they would move that barcode to the back and keep it on the back.
Let me show
the
you
barcode
this.
could live on the back for sure.
Yeah.
But look.
Like PSA. Well,
is that it? No. Oh, dang it. It's not on this one. It's on the signature series card. Let me see if I got one here. Do you have your signature series card nearby?
I have one.
The subgrades are on the back.
Yeah. Well, this one doesn't even have subgrades.
Oh, well, yeah.
Interesting.
Sorry. On the back?
Yeah, none.
Yeah. I'll show it later.
I think yours had them on the back.
Mine does.
Which is good. It's like, less distracting. Yeah.
West Coast Dave says maybe they should replace subgrades with dome grades, DOM grades. And then he says, don't hate me for that, Justin.
What's a DOM grade?
Nope.
Wes, hit us up. Let us know. Save us from looking like fools.
Boris says he's going to sneak in a Shadow Hawk image card to CGC.
Ooh.
All right, let's make you big. Manu's big.
9.8 white page. Mark Jewelers. Mark Jewelers insert. There it is. You see the red strip?
I see it.
There it is. Finally got it. I had the off-white page for so long, graded it myself, bought the raw book for $1,000, pressed clean, graded, got a 9.8 off-white to white. This popped up on Grails. It is a white page 9.8 Mark Jewelers. All Mark Jewelers are newsstands. Mark Jewelers, a jewelry advertisement that was placed in these, only sold on military bases. The rarest version of these books is this. And it popped up on Grails for $2,500, $24.99. A friend of ours from England was kind enough to send me like a notification that it was available, and I insta-claimed it. Truth be told, that was way underpriced, incredibly underpriced. I've already got offers, a multiple of what I paid. This is mine now. I got it. I'm very happy.
Nice. Good job, congrats.
Wanted to share because everyone knows I've been after this thing.
It's a beautiful book.
Justin, I had offers out to 2 other people that I know, for one for over a year, and now I could publicly talk about it. My offer to that person, and I was awaiting a counter. The first offer I made to him over a year ago, I said, you got one? I want it. I'll give you $4,000. He said, I'm not selling. All right. That went up to $4,500. I'm not selling. The last conversation I had with him with numbers was a couple of months ago. I said, dude, look, I'll give you $5,000 or just respond with what you want. Say whatever number it is, just say it. But he never said it. Why? Because he doesn't want to sell. He knows how special it is. And I respect that. He and I are good friends. I just harass him about it, right? But it's still with him. Then another one popped up. Someone sent me a picture from a Facebook group, and I got in touch with the person, and I said, I want it. He said, make me an offer. I started at $4,000, building up from there. He said, no, when I'm thinking of selling, I'll let you know. I've got $5,000 floating offers, and no one's taking them. This pops up for $2,500.
Yeah, thank God that. Well, I mean, you could have bought it in that, but I'm like really happy.
I still told one of the other friends. I said, I'll still take the other one. The offer.
Top control.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's awesome. Congratulations,
Jewelers. Thanks, man.
Let's see. Swish Rip says, "Hey Jen, do you pre-order for that Magic Box?"
No, actually, I had to buy it at my local card shop, so it was expensive. I do have a inner case coming.
Cool. Interglobal says, I graded that Venom by Image with CGC during the Todd signing.
Venom by Image? No. Interglobal, what kind of language are you using over here?
Yeah, that does. Yeah, he knows. I wonder if that's just a typo. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's saying.
I think that Image card.
Yep.
But Venom's a Marvel character, so what Image card is a Venom card?
Yeah, I don't know. Zach says, be excited to pay for the label change.
Oh,
do we have anybody? Let me ask this, because I'm not quite sure I'm understanding Zach correctly, and I don't want to misrepresent him. Is there anybody here watching that's excited about the label change and the grade scale change and is looking forward to putting Marvel cards in the new grading scale? And by the way, this image here, when this was, I remember when this card was graded and put in a blue label. And so I'm guessing the CGC reached out to him and asked if they wanted him to use his AF-15.
I thought you did a Photoshop.
No,
he really put it into the new label.
Yes, and so I posted on the on Instagram. Which one would you rather have, the AF-15 or the Michael Jordan in this new label here? And he responded that he was biased, of course, which totally get. But then I said, hey, if you want to come on the channel and talk about it, let me know. But I don't know if he's seen my message yet. The owner of that card.
Oh no,
Black Goo, my man, Lucas, what up?
I would have just kept it in that blue label.
So now the only AF-15s with Spider-Man in his outfit and blue label that's been graded is me and Alonzo.
That's special, bro. I mean, they're already limited to what they're limited to anyway, but you got the ones that were first graded, the ones that...
Yeah. And any that get pulled now will never be graded in that blue label.
They got 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever the math is, right?
They got 2 weeks. You know what? Pump up some Spider-Man metal boxes. Anyone that's got deep pockets and wants a shot at it, you got $700 a box. Justin's got you.
I think are they still? Because I remember David Adams had them once for like $300.
I was nonsensing. I was just nonsensing.
I was like, Manu's holding a whole case of sealed.
No, I only ever bought that one box.
I mean, there's a reality. If I'm like, okay, my casualty is I have an AF-15 10 and a blue label,
Oh, Interglobal. I'm so sorry. Comic Images was what that set was called. Yes, not Image Comics. I'm so sorry. Comic Images. This card, and he said he sent this in for the signing. Oh, yes. Comic Images was the company that had the Marvel license to do these cards in the late 80s, early 90s. Image Comics, of course, is a comic book company that came later in the 90s, created by Todd McFarlane.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. Yeah. And a host of other creators.
Boris says, Manu, can I get a Poly Wizard 11?
Yeah, Boris, of course. DM me. I'll put a price on one for you, of course, my guy, of course.
Jeff says, dang, now I'm mad I sold that perfect 10 She-Hulk swimsuit card.
Ooh.
No more perfect. One of the perfect 10?
No more perfect.
Oh, we talked about this because I remember this comment popping up before, like weeks ago, and I said, what a perfect card to have a perfect 10 in. Or is that just some weird deja vu happening right now? But you get what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right.
Because perfect 10, the thing.
Yeah.
Marvelous Card says, easy solution. We all just moved to EG Extreme Grading, Captain Butt Crack Elite Service Grading, and we'll be swimming in Gem Mint Beauties.
I think we might have enough of an ecosystem amongst ourselves to create liquidity and an actual market. It's almost like us starting our own cryptocurrency, but he's already created the blockchain, and we're going to trade it amongst ourselves until we create something out of it. We could actually pull that off.
Funkin' Mint Corey says, so which signature series signings start with a new grading scale? Rob Liefeld's is signing as soon. The cutoff is closed. I will tell you that I'm personally getting my Rob Liefeld signing in before the 12th, and I'm going to be explicit in saying I want my blue labels.
Well, it's going to be yellow label. So what's going to happen with the signature series labels? Yeah.
That is a question.
That is a good question. Like, what would happen?
Yeah.
And I don't remember them talking about it on the live stream.
I don't either.
Let's see. Here is the question and answer. Okay.
Dude, perfect 10s are about to go up in value. There's no argument there.
Pay memberships. Grading.
Someone sell me a perfect 10 with Spidey or Venom on it, please. Or Carnage, any symbiote card.
I haven't seen one.
I haven't either. But you did get a pristine 10 on that comic cut, bro, and that is something.
Yeah, I'm really grateful for that. I think I have like 5 or 6 pristine 10s total.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What happened to the perfect grade? The perfect 10 grade, which was seldom used, will be no longer assigned. In both surveys and focus groups, the majority of respondents stated that 3 10s was too many. After careful consideration, CGC decided to make the top grade a pristine 10 over perfect 10 because of a significantly greater number of pristine 10s have been certified compared to perfect 10s. The perfect 10 will still be supported by CGC cards, but it's going to just say pristine.
Yeah. No
should I
one
get
the downgrade, please.
It says, should I get my cards graded perfect 10 reholdered? And it says,
nope.
cards
Who
graded
said that?
perfect. Yeah, this is the question. It says, and this is from CGC's website that I'm reading. Cards graded perfect 10 will be reholdered to a pristine 10. So CGC recommends that submitters do not reholder perfect 10s.
That is what I'm saying. Do not. Please do
And
not.
the perfect 10 will remain on the pop report.
And it will never change because they're done.
Change.
They are done. That is locked in.
Yeah, it says, what do I do with my 9.5s? Cards graded Gem Mint 9.5 equivalents to cards graded Gem Mint 10. You can keep Gem Mint 9.5s and they will be considered a Gem Mint 10 in Verify CGC card certification, the CGC pop report, and CGC registry. So if you have a 9.5 Gem Mint, when you go to the pop report after the change, it'll be listed as a 10. So the grade that's on the pop report is not going to match what's on the slab because it's in a 9.5 blue label. If you want a reholder, it will be changed to a Gem Mint 10. Let's see. I'm still looking for anything that says anything about
signature
series, and I'm not seeing it. If someone else has heard or has the answer, please let us know. But I'm not seeing it.
One of our friends hit. Oh, go ahead.
Which leads me to wonder: Will Marvel cards have the opportunity to do signature series moving forward? If there's not going to be a way to do a witness signature on the card on the slab versus authentication.
Yeah, Mark, that's what we're trying to. Mark asked that question right now. That's exactly what we're trying to figure out. Don't know that yet.
Yeah. Yep. Don't know that. I'm gonna work on that question for you guys. I'll do my best to get an answer. Captain Crockpot says, honestly, CGC changes only matter if we play into it. If we don't like the changes, don't use CGC, and the changes won't matter.
That's fact.
Yep.
That's
just true. Like anything. Vote with your wallet.
So I think,
if you don't agree, don't spend the money.
The only thing that I was reacting to at all today is what I'm usually reacting to is how the people that have already paid into the system are made to feel. That's the only thing I'm ever reacting to. Moving forward, we all move forward with the rules as they are. Those mistakes, if they are to be made, haven't been made yet. But you can make people that have already invested feel like they made a mistake. That's where I get emotional, right? Because I just operate that way, which is also why I don't run a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I'm not that kind of guy, I'm not going to make decisions that put 100 people out. I'm just not going to do that. That's not what I will remain small, but keep my integrity intact. I prefer that over anything all of the time.
So I'm actually reading a book, and by reading, I mean, I'm into chapter 2 on an Audible, but know that it's taken me nearly 4 hours. It's like really, really long chapters. The introduction's an hour and a half, and it's called 10X is easier than 2X. So doing something 10 times more is easier than doing 2 times more. And so far, what it's talked about is that it actually has to do with like actually narrowing your focus and getting really specific. And it's what you remove, not what you add, that allows you to 10X in certain areas of your life.
Absolutely.
And, so like part of me is like, okay, does CGC, is that what they call themselves doing? Like stripping down what they do and how they do it, like narrowing it? Or, I mean, I don't know. Or are they trying to like spread too thin? Do they have a 2X mindset where they're just trying to double volume rather than being like, we're the only choice you would ever choose because of how well we do this one thing?
Well, we just got done. Yeah, it does make sense, but I don't think that's what they're doing. I mean, maybe in the ecosystem of cards, they feel like they're narrowing in by streamlining their process. But in terms of what they're doing as a general organization, we just got done talking about how they'll grade anything now. And they just started doing VHS. They just started doing video games. So they're certainly not narrowing down their focus. But in that one world of cards, perhaps that's what they're considering themselves to be doing.
All in your, like, part of the, is what's your commitment? What's your clarity? What's your identity? And, identity comes out of what you're committed to from a place of clarity is where I'm at in the book. I haven't figured it out. I'm reading to learn. And, I'm just curious if there's some elements in that at play for them.
Funkin' Mint says, so a signature series 9.5 would be recased as a 10. I'm out of my ignorance. My answer is yes. Neo, what's going on? Hop on the screen and argue with us, please. Interglobal says, SGC is everything you just described, Manu, my humble opinion. Full disclosure, I only have 10 SGC cards. I'm on record saying that SGC feels warm and loving to me. I don't own any, but I'm not opposed to owning them. But I was always after the SGC. What is their main 10 called? The Perfect 10 as well? They have a Supreme 10 also. Yeah. And I wanted, cards I wanted in that. And I've never found any card I wanted in that, which makes me want it more.
Which is kind of like the whole chase of having that black label and pristine 10.
Neo bought a graded wizard. I'm sorry, Neo. I don't know if I don't know, but I'm putting it out there because you told me and I can't help but put it out there. Neo owns a graded wizard and it's a pop 1. It's the only one of that magazine, which is a special one that's graded. It's a high grade. He owns it now.
Really?
Yeah. It's a cool one too.
That is cool. All right. I'm going to show you guys something here. Give me 1 second.
Did Neo do a video on this? I'm assuming he did.
He did. And I was able to listen to like the first half of it, and it's really good. I encourage you to go listen to it. He does tackle both kind of like the sports, and he mentions Marvel cards. Kudos to him, as opposed to CGC in their live stream never even mentioned us. It was like, there is a small segment that's going to like be really upset because they're losing their blue labels, which match comic books. And I think he even mentioned how, that's why he graded with CGC, because it matched his comics.
A few other people, West Coast Avengers echoed that same sentiment. During that live stream with CGC, Marvel Madness, Joshua, he was in there asking the question, hoping to get the question answered. Are comic book blue labels going away? Are comic book blue label, are Marvel comic card blue labels going away too? And obviously the feeling of it is this applies to all cards, but since they never specifically addressed Marvel cards, Joshua had that question. They did not answer that question though. But I think
but we got the answer in the announcement, because that's where the Spider-Man label is from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't make that.
Right. And the reason that I didn't participate in your poll when you asked which would you have is because it felt too loose for me to answer, because I actually would want the AF-15 cut. But then the other part of my mind was like, but I don't know what a Jordan Rookie 9 is worth until I researched that. I can't answer this question.
So originally I was like, I know there are going to be people like, which one's worth more and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, to full disclosure, I was on a work call, like also, engaging with the community, via Instagram stories. I was like, I'm not doing all that. Just tell me which one you'd want more. And that was it. Right.
I kind of would want the AF-15 cut because I know there's only 15 of those. It's the full Spidey. It's cool.
But there's like 2009s of Jordan, or more than that.
Actually. There's tons of Jordan rookies. There's a lot of that rookie card.
Well, I'm talking about graded in the PSA 9. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
Even 9s,
yeah. It's like a bunch.
Dude, when the 10 was selling for like $1 million, there was a bunch of those on the pop report. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah. Neo says, yes, they are 100% gone.
His next message gone. Yeah. All the blue labels out of here.
Hey, Neo, so there's rumors that you were like one of the content creators that they surveyed. Is that true? And did you are you the reason we don't have blue labels anymore?
We need someone to go after. Actually, I'm not even upset about the label change, so I don't have to go after anyone. I think the label change is fine.
Yeah, I'm looking for someone to tar and feather or like chase with a pitchfork. Is it you? He said,
Blame Neo.
True answer.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yep.
Neo's the one. Get him.
Gosh, I want to pull this up, but it is not pulling up. So there is a new Marvel card set that's been announced. Well, kind of announced. That
Did
has
you guys see this already? Sorry.
PMGs in them. We did. It has PMGs. And
what? There's a PMG set coming out? They're not done with that nonsense yet? I'm teasing. I'm sorry. I'm joking.
Well, look, that's actually part of the conversation I want to have. Like,
interesting.
You know, there's been talk from Upper Deck about guarding or protecting, you know, the PMG by not having it in every product, by only keeping it in metal products.
Yes, only metal, please.
And now we're seeing it in a product that's not metal. So, and
our friends don't know what I've done because not everyone follows me on Instagram. I'll show them something in a moment. Oh, I'll show them now or later. Okay. Yeah, later.
Let's get out of that. And let's
Charles says those are fighting words, Manu. That's why I only chase 2013 PMGs. Hey, listen. You're the reason PMGs are a big deal, Charles. Come on. You're the reason the PMGs ever sold for anything notable.
Definitely his fault.
I know.
Oh.
All right. So this is from Go GTS or GTS Distribution.
Okay.
No, don't sign me up. And they're announcing as of June 19th, Marvel Studios Spider-Man No Way Home, which I am excited about. Okay. Just as a Spider-Man fan, you know, I'm excited.
Sure. Yeah.
Marvel Studios Spider-Man No One Home trading cards from Upper Deck will have theme sale cards, which we've seen, parallels, which we've seen, insert chase cards, 3D canvas cards. That's interesting. We've had our UD canvas cards, not 3D. I saw the number 3 here. I don't know if you see that. 3 UD, but it's UD. And then look for various set character ensemble parallels, including low numbered versions, find rare top tier talent cards, and precious metal gems and other impressive hits. So this is going to be precious metal gems for MCU. We've seen this before. Okay.
Have we?
So let me go to eBay.
We have. There are actor cards that are PMGs.
Yes, they're non-numbered precious metal gems.
Right.
Cards. So let's do.
Interesting.
Jim L says, "Hey guys, great show." Hi, Jim. Hey guys, great show. Any update on Premiere pre-order? Justin will probably speak to that. I'm not even sure what the Premiere is.
Not yet,
Doom
right?
There, I have not heard, and I do keep my ear pretty close to the ground on that, but I have not heard. 2017 Upper Deck Marvel Precious Metal Gems. This is their
Doom card. Have a good night. Thank you for being here.
See you, buddy. But these are non-numbered, so we don't know how many there are. I think there's quite a few of them, but there's your PMG logo metal. It doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't say if they're going to be numbered here. I don't think, but like here's a Hulk version.
Okay, well, just keep it not numbered, and then it'll and keep all the exclusive ones, the reds and the greens, to specifically metal products.
Got you. So, I love. Craig says all these companies are bugging.
Yeah, William Johnson, what up?
Yeah, there is at times like a sense of that they're lost, right? Like just trying to find their way. But let's go back to the.
Oh, that's an interesting card.
You find something?
Yeah, I just saw that Disney PMG.
Oh, dude, you guys kept me off of my eBay auctions.
Oh, sorry. Oh no, we're watching the same thing, aren't we? Is it a? Is it a?
I'm going to tell
card?
you in a second. I don't think that you and I ever have chased the same card.
Ever.
Until now.
Until now. Like Zen says, it isn't until it is.
That is true. There is a card that I'm very sad that I missed out on this week. No, I got a day left. Okay, I'm good.
Wait, do you have 14 hours and 14 minutes left?
Hold on. No, no, it says it says 1 day and 0 hours.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've already given no way I'm getting this now. I've already given way too much information.
Dang, because it's anybody that's even a bit of a detective is going to be able to deduce quite easily.
It'll be in the chat here in a second.
Where's that one button for Men in Black? Press that thing.
Yeah. I don't have that.
Yeah.
I do have an M&M here. Somebody wants an M&M. All right, let's get to the comments here real quick, and we'll can't wait to get a bunch of PMGs from the Avengers. Avengers Metal is happening. I actually have a photo of the card. So all this is just giving PSA more and more power. Jim, no, you've already said that. And I said that. See you, Doom. Craig says their decisions are so bizarre. So if they do another retro set, they can't do PMGs. Well, first of all, I would love to see a retro set because, I've never had access to a retro set that wasn't like $100 a pack, or more with 2015 and, an ungodly expense for 2013. But I have no rumors of of necessarily a retro set other than this Fleer retro. So let's pull that up. If y'all recall on the news, we got an image of a card. Let me pull it up. And I do have a Marvel card news video that I need to get out, but I have not had time. But there is some stuff out there. Do you remember Manu, this Fleer? Was it called Retro?
I do remember.
I don't think it was Retro. Here it is. It was Throwbacks.
I thought it was called Retro. Oh, Throwbacks. Yeah. Okay.
Throwbacks. That's why I wasn't remembering it. But let's see here.
Dude, Derpa says he thinks he's the high bidder on your card. And then West Coast says, don't worry, I just bid $29,495,050. Did my card got that figured out without the commas?
Stop it. But this is what I'm talking about. Fleer Throwbacks.
Oh, yeah.
And it says 89 Marvel Edition at the bottom. 89 Marvel Edition.
I love that old Fleer logo.
Yeah. So I don't think that's going to have PMGs in it. So let's go back to this. Go back to this and this. Go here on the stream.
Precious Metal Gengars.
I take that.
So what does this mean? High render, vector, or sketch?
Would the vectors be kind of like the preliminary?
I guess so, but it's on these canvas cards. So high rendered, vector, or sketch. There's going to be dazzling parallel cards and a very rare black and gold parallels. Excellent theme cards, In Action, Sinister, Public Enemy #1, talent autographs. Get lucky and pull your favorite Spider-Man autograph card. So that sounds like we got Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Tom Holland, I'm guessing.
Craig says he has breaking news.
Let's do it. Tell us, Craig. Glow-in-the-dark patch cards.
Interesting.
And the Chase big hits are the dual autograph labels. Hello, Peter. Metal cards. Precious Metal Gem Magenta.
Okay.
Which maybe those are the numbered ones, is what maybe I'm hearing here.
Or maybe not. Maybe it'll be like the sports stuff where it's not numbered.
But just really short printed because they're calling it the big hit.
I would say it's probably short printed.
Base set insert printing plates.
And Fat Belly, you inspired me to say that actually. Seeing your photo inspired me to say that. So with you.
Oh, Andrew, I'm pretty sure Andrew, shoot me a message on Instagram to confirm and then tell me if you're bidding.
So that you can create a bidding war.
You know what? Look. Guys, be men. Oh, wait, that's not politically correct. Sorry. I should
they could be something else.
No, listen. Put it out there, be bold, and may the best bidder win. So tell us what it is. Let's go to town on this thing.
Well, you guys should meet at high noon tomorrow and then duel it out.
That's right.
You know, everyone get your flintlock pistols.
Come on, man. This isn't
just
about have.
High noon.
This is about community. All right. Let's fight.
All right. We'll do it. We'll do it.
No, you are? Oh, gosh, I love
this
that.
is like going to really hurt somebody else's feelings because somebody else in the chat
He's watching
Probably
it.
like, please don't.
Oh,
show.
okay.
Please
Then wait. Can we ask? Oh shit! Why you gotta make me like think about it logically?
Oh, now I have to show it.
All right. Well, let's do it then.
Now I have to show it because of what's happening here. Yep. Give me a second. I'll get to it. Come on. Work, computer.
Friends be friends. Don't be bitter if you lose, and open the, I can't see that word because the heart emoji, to a possible trade in the future. Oh wow. What is that?
It's the John Romita business card.
Dude, you should not have shown that. Something is wrong with
just
you.
made me
So you need to make better decisions, Justin. That was a terrible, terrible life choice.
Yeah.
You should have kept that so close to the hip, man. No,
what have you done?
That is absolutely beautiful. Okay, so that dude, I just talked
Someone
about
just bid on it. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
It went from 2 to 3 bids. Yeah, I know. That's why.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Can we see the back? Why does it say eBay on it? What is that? No, that's a
sticker on the top loader.
Because it's his phone number. So he cropped it and wrote eBay. It's not really cropped. You have to read the description.
But this is not an autographed card. This is just his personal business card, which is amazing, by the way. Which is amazing.
Yep.
Who just we can't see who bid on it. Dang it. Because it went from 2 to 3. So somebody bid on it.
I'm about to bid on it, guys. No,
add to your collection.
No, it's just I'm just having fun, but then I just realized that maybe Andrew was like after it, or maybe you were after it, maybe
I was
Dirk
definitely after it.
I mean, you got a lot of stuff, so it's like, all right,
it's okay if I lose that
Marvel cards.
Yeah.
It's all right,
everybody go bid on it right now.
Yeah, apparently. Dave knew what it was. They put it in the chat. So
Charles is bidding on it.
Andrew, I'm gonna have to make that up to you.
Oh, Manu.
Hey, so were we both after it, Andrew? I'm really curious because, first of all, if I actually am bidding on something that Andrew's after, that means I'm actually doing it right.
Here's why I feel double bad, and I am going to make it up to Andrew. Here's why I feel double bad, because he didn't actually bid on this, but he was looking at this, and I bid on it, and I bought it. But after I bought it, Andrew was like, "What was I doing not buying that thing?" Right? And it's with me, and I consider that in the family still. But this, I've kind of screwed all of us out of it just now, so that makes me feel bad.
You did.
I'm smiling,
absolutely did.
But I feel bad.
And it actually says copyright 1989 Marvel, which means, you know what it means?
No.
It means it's gradable.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yep. Honey, shut up. What am I
He
doing?
says, "Don't worry, Manu. It's not as good as your friends, but man, Ramita, man."
Yeah. Yep.
Ramita.
Yep. Anyways, it'd be fun to have, and if I miss out on it, I miss out on it. But speaking of that, have either
We're
of
gonna
you
find more of those?
All right, we're gonna transition to a couple of cool things here. First of all,
dude, it just went to $100.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm gonna bid on it now. No, I gotta stop. Something is wrong with me. With me. I have to chill.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It turns out the seller's menu.
It oftentimes does turn out to be that.
No, I'm kidding. But here's the thing: have either one of you watched the newest documentary on Stan Lee on Disney Plus?
No.
It's incredible.
I didn't even see promotion for that.
Well, the clips I've been doing on the story where Stan Lee is talking.
I watched the one yesterday where there was a slight jab to DC. It could be educational and entertaining.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Those are from the documentary.
Oh, wow.
Sweet.
Have to add that to my watch list.
Dave, we're not going to ruin a conversation about Ramita and about Stan Lee with Craven. We'll get to that later.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. This has been this is a good one. Can our friends tell me if they're still in the running for this card? Because I want to put a big bid on it, just to end with fireworks. All right, never mind. I'm done. I'm dropping the case.
We got someone, whoever just bid. Hell, let's put this on the screen.
Uh-oh.
whoever just bid has 700 reviews.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we got, well, that's 3 stars. FK put in 3 bids in a row. And then you can see me. I'm Spidey seller here. I was at the 51. And then it went up to whoever this is.
It's going to be a bidding war.
Fun.
Oh, wait. This shows like all the stuff they've been bidding on. I didn't know you could do that.
Wait,
you know
what?
Yeah.
You can see that. You can see a bidder's bidding history.
Yeah, only on the desktop version. You can't actually access
not on
that
eBay,
from the app.
Yeah, these people are, whoever it is, buying trading card singles, comic graphic novels.
Magazines.
I'm going to get off that because that might be one of our friends.
Put them on blast.
Oh, dang it. I want to. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, it's a great documentary. I have basically watched it 3 times because I just keep hear something, I rewind it, and I listen to it again, and I rewind it, I listen to it again because it's so incredible. Do you know why? And I did not know this until the documentary. Well, I don't want to ruin it for anybody. There's some stuff in there that maybe you think of it as a movie, and so I'd love to talk about it, but I don't want to ruin it for anybody. So let me know if it would. William says, just don't bid on the Ghost Rider and Cable. I'll be fine. So he's got something he's after.
I feel like saying don't bid on the cards that I have listed.
Yeah.
Just so people do bid on the cards that I have listed.
DO6 says, I think the 3 bids means someone didn't top their highest bid until it reached $100.
Yeah, that's someone that was putting in a bid to see when it would actually hit a bid. Yeah.
Yep.
It sometimes looks like fishy activity, but it's not. It's just someone putting in, hoping they could be the highest bidder increment at a time. I've done it so many times.
Andrew says, bid on it, Manu. It's weird. I show Manu what I'm after, and then he bids on it.
No, yeah. You didn't take this away from me. Dan R took this away from me, so I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, okay, good.
Right. And I'm not mad at Dan R either. Mad at Fausto. Well, I'll talk to him about it one night over Taco Bell. And yeah.
Allie, we were live last Tuesday night when we got the news that Ramita passed away, and the last hour of the show, we really spent a good deal of time talking about that. Not that we can't continue to talk about it, but it is sad. And
he's a legend, man. I mean, come on. I don't know. Yeah.
So they talk about in the Stan Lee documentary on Disney Plus about what happened with Ditko that led to Ramita, which is fun. But they also talk about why Ditko drew Spider-Man as opposed to Ramita. I mean, to Jack Kirby, which was really cool. And I did not know the answer to why.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought we did talk about that, right? You're talking about Amazing Fantasy 15?
Yes.
Where Stan Lee
instead of Jack Kirby.
So something more involved than the basic top line where Stan Lee just said, I didn't like it, so I asked him to do it.
Mm-hmm. Like he was after something specific.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know actually.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All right.
But he still had Kirby do the cover. He says, how can we guarantee the authenticity of it being Ramita? You can't.
Nobody can.
People make copies all the time. Yeah. That is certainly a risk. And you need to consider that when you're bidding.
Somebody's having fun with me.
Spidey, did you see the Legendary Orange Wolverine CGC that ends in 30 minutes? I did not. What year? Is it 16, 18, or 20?
I'm just gonna say, whomever's after this card is a formidable opponent, and I shall bow out, and I respect it.
Which card are you referring to?
The business card.
The Ramita. Yeah.
Oh wow.
All right. I got some stuff to show. You ready for something cool? Like really, really cool?
Yes, indeed. Oh, I bought the stock thing. It came in. The prospectus, the IPO prospectus came in.
Did you enjoy it when you got it in?
I love it so much. There's actual artwork on the back cover, artwork on the front cover, that fold-out poster you showed us, and then a whole bunch of business spiel.
You're referring to this, which is so cool.
Yeah. Andrew, you're the man, bro. No. I'm done, Andrew. I'm done.
I'm about to show you.
Glad we get to have fun with it.
And I got some quarterly reports I haven't looked at yet. We'll look at this later. But this is even more special than the stock share thing. So
Andrew
I showed
the man, Drew. Yeah.
I teased this on Instagram. The next big fortunes will be made in intergalactic trading. Manu, any guesses what this is?
The next big fortunes will be made in intergalactic trading. This is going to be a Star Wars, Star Trek trading card game. Trading card.
There's the other back. We all remember our folders as kids, right?
Yes. West Coast Avengers, do you have what Ryan needs? Sounds like you would have what Ryan needs, because I certainly don't.
You read that?
Impel Marketing.
Yeah.
Oh, is this 90-something? This is the Joe Jusko. Yeah, wait. This is the first Marvel Universe set.
Marvel Universe, the official trading cards of the Marvel superheroes.
You did.
Marketing muscle. Marvel Comics. Since its inception in 1961, Marvel has sold over 1.5 billion comics, 55% of the total comic book share, published 80 titles each month, sells over 100 million comics each year. 70 plus merchandise licenses include Milton Bradley, and it goes on to list all of those things. Okay. This is what went out to basically distributors to convince them that they needed to buy 90MU. And this has something that I've been looking for since I got into the hobby. Let me not pin this. This is what it costs to buy them.
$25 per case.
$25 per case.
Oh my goodness.
20 no wonder people had them tucked away.
Jeez.
36 packs per display, 12 cards per wax pack. It gives the dimensions. Manufacturer code wax pack.
Hey, 2% net 10. Wow, that's not bad.
Yeah. And
1,000 free prepaid freight.
Mm-hmm. But look at that shipment date. Manu,
October 26th.
October 26th, 1990. This is what I have been looking for this. I have asked people in the know because I wanted to know what date did 90MU release, because this is what I want to submit to the community to be known as Marvel Card Day. As an annual day that we celebrate Marvel cards.
Oh, time to celebrate this year.
Does that make sense, Manu?
Yes.
I lost you.
Yeah, you did talk about that. You did say you wanted to make an annual Marvel Card Day.
Yes, and I think it should be on the date that 90MU released for obvious reasons. But how cool is that?
That's awesome.
That's Halloween, man. You can't make it on Halloween.
It's not the day.
It's not the.
No.
UT scannable barcodes.
Probably still works.
Scan one. Use that app on your phone.
Yeah. And it's got Marvel Comics Superstar Superhero Wax Packs, Marvel Comics Superstar Hero Displays, Marvel Comics Superstar Hero Cases. So I guess you could scan it and order, is what that was.
Or put it in the system, I guess, at the time, if you had a POS system.
We got to find some more Ramita business cards. Those are too cool.
In order to ensure equitable distribution of Marvel Cards Universe trading cards, please be advised that all orders are subject to acceptance and allocation.
Wow.
Orders must be in by October 12th, and we will advise all customers of their final allocations by October 26th.
So they even allocated it. Interesting. Mm-hmm.
This is a blank sheet. Wouldn't that be cool to get one of the artists?
Oh, to sign?
Yeah, and or to sketch on.
Ooh.
In the set. What if I got Jim Lee to do his Wolverine on this?
Oh, well, that'd
be kind of cool.
Better save it. Hold on to it.
Yeah. Here is the. I haven't looked. I'm looking at this for the first time, actually. This is the Marvel Universe Trading
Release date
90s
or-
Trade Day media schedule.
Oh.
That's really cool.
Order calculator.
Yeah,
That's funny.
that's cool.
Oh.
Andrew, put a heart emoji in the chat if you still love me, please.
Manu's bidding up the card right now.
No,
business card.
I've already cost our friends an additional $75.
What's another 25?
All right. Premier edition, all 162. I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic. I always start here and then go back. Sorry. 162 cards in all. Checklist included, randomly packed. Great new original art and copy. That's the first time I recall seeing the word original art with 9DMU. And we know it is, but that is really cool to see. Some new categories.
Now I kind of want to open my box.
Wait, what is Justin fascinated by here? What was the words that excited you?
New original art. I
don't remember seeing anything from Impel that actually pointed to the fact that it was original art in the set. We know it is, but as an advertising fact, including bonus 5 holograms randomly inserted. And then check this out.
How did the cool kids do it? I did it. That's a heart for sure.
That's a heart for sure. Or you could just do your 2 fingers like this.
There's the poster.
What? That means heart?
Yeah. It's the Asian way of doing hearts.
I love that. To me, that means pay me. Oh, that works.
That works too. Yeah. I love you because you're paying me.
Yeah. I love you, pay me. That's the nice.
That's a nice way to. Yeah, it's like I love you. Now give me. Where's my money? Where are my money?
That's okay. Cool. So HH said something. HH says, "Hold on, Manu." Oh, wait, no, he said, "Hold on." Manu said he was watching a card himself, ending in 14 hours. Since he made Justin disclose, it's only fair Manu discloses his for the chat's benefit. And you know what? I'm going to honor that. And the thing is, when you guys see the card, don't be like, that's not that amazing. Why are you guarding that? It's because I was trying to steal it. I was trying to buy it for as close to the initial bid as possible. And I'm pretty sure I put in the initial bid because there was a buy it now price, but I wanted to attempt to sneak it lower than the buy it now price, right? So I had to put in the initial bid. Now, what this card is, it's the promo for 1996 Marvel Masterpieces Gold Foil Peter Parker Spider-Man card. And it's wildly miscut. Like, it's already a die cut card because it's the promo card, but it's also just off center. So there's a good chance that someone's going to get it for the low, but that's what it is. 1996 Marvel Masterpieces Gold Gallery Spider-Man die cut promo card. Special card, rare card. This one is cut terribly, but that's why someone might get it for a really low price. I was trying to get it for as close to 30 as possible. And I'm still going to try, but if somebody bids it up with me, well then, might go elsewhere. But there's no reason to get crazy on it because you could probably get the card in decent shape for less than $150 on a different day.
Gotcha. Well, there we go.
Forest Moon, I love you too. Thank you.
It's been revealed.
It's been revealed.
All right. Manu just gosh, twice I've done that tonight. Let me get my face on the screen.
Fausto messaged you?
Yes, and he made a post, and so I'd like to read his post because
I have coffee on my nose.
Let me see if I can actually get it to pull up here.
Manu, we need to get you a straw that's kind of like looks like a web, so that you can drink out of it.
I have a Spidey straw. I have a straw with Spider-Man crawling up the straw.
Oh, perfect. There you go. You can use that to drink. Now you can't drink hot stuff with it.
No, I got to wait till it's like hour 2 when the coffee's cooler. Cold.
Yeah.
I guess I'm iced coffee from now on. Hey, summertime's coming. Iced coffee.
Exactly. Iced coffee's popular.
Yeah. Okay. Let's focus on Fausto, our buddy here. For those who may be watching who don't know, sometimes we forget that that's true. Like, you may not know all the stuff. Fausto's a dear friend, an amazing Marvel card collector, and he's also an expert, and he is on staff at CGC as their Marvel card expert. And he just made this post, and he is the biggest reason why we have Marvel cards graded at CGC. and significant in it. What he's showing here is very interesting. This Spider-Man card here that he's showing is quite possibly one of the most special Marvel cards in existence. If you don't know, this was not a pack pull card. You had to collect a full set of these insert cards called sketchboards. Some of them were easy to pull, some of them were not. But the number 18 card, which is they call the special 18 Spider-Man, was insanely hard to pull. There was only 100 that were issued.
Okay.
If you got the full set of sketchboards, including the Spider-Man, you could turn them in for redemption, and the redemption was the signed Stan Lee card here with Mike as well. And so, not all 100 were redeemed. I don't know how many are out there, and he has one that is a mint 9. So, early 1998 redemption card, mail-in redemption. You had to complete the full set to get it.
Truly special. Wow.
Truly special. And he made this black and white. So it's interesting because it doesn't show the blue label, which Manu has a great eye for storytelling. And so he's always, doing that. But
he's talking about Norrin, but the fact that he's mixing up our names is a sign of respect. Doing that? No, it means you think I'm almost.
You just had a long day, Justin. Your day has been very long.
If I'm being really honest, I've had the no lunch, nonstop, brain overwork all day to day. So just being truthful there. That started at 7:30 this morning with no breaks. And so he says here, Norrin, Rad, Fausto, our buddy, says, I want to mention Marvel Card Community. I want to mention a couple of things in regards to yesterday's announcement. At this point, you have until July 10th. I said 12th, so he cleans that up. Thank you. To submit your cards to CGC in order to receive the blue label. I'm currently working on getting us actor and artists who have been present in Marvel and Star Wars card world, but never had an on-card auto before for our beloved signature series. I'm a big believer in how CGC grades cards, or CGC cards grades, authenticates and encapsulates, hence why I work with them to ensure Marvel cards are given the attention they deserve. Currently, I'm working hard to make sure we are seen and heard. This hobby means the world to me, and I respect it, as well as all of you. I will continue to do what is in my power to be there for this hobby any way I can. Fausto Barrio Nuevo, Marvel Card Collector. So, you know what? I'm really grateful that we do have Manu as a community there to represent us. I literally cannot think of anyone better. And, this, I don't know what this means in terms of working to ensure that we are seen and heard. Like if there's some change that would occur. But I am grateful that, he's able to relay what the community as a whole, really thinks about their cards in the CGC slab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fausto's fighting the good fight for us.
Fausto's a human being that works with the company.
Yeah.
Right. The company is more than just Fausto, but Fausto's our human being.
Yeah.
Connected to the company.
And so hopefully he can change their minds. At least for the Marvel stuff. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not counting on him to do it. Like it's on him if it doesn't work.
Oh no, of course not. But I mean,
but yeah, no, yeah, he is fighting that good fight.
So we just everyone give him the support.
Yeah.
Yep. Let him know that you appreciate, everything he's done for us so far up until this point and everything he'll do for us in the future. So,
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. All right, let's go to
Jin. Did you see Melfi's comment?
Oh no, I missed it.
What? Yeah, again.
Because there was after you read what Fausto wrote, you again said you appreciate Manu, but you were talking about him, but we didn't.
And then we didn't say anything. We just looked at each other and we just kind of laughed and we knew what was going on. But we're just like, all right, we know what he means. We know what he means. He's had a long day.
Yeah. Everyone takes a shot when he calls him Manu.
New drinking game.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
my
I
thing.
love it.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
Shout out Fausto.
I love it.
Shout
I
out
love
Norn.
it. Yeah.
Shout out Sketch Card Hive, the man of many names, because he deserves them all.
He does. All right.
Add Manu to the list.
Yeah. It's all
right.
interchangeable.
Not everybody can bear that name, Manu.
Fausto can do it if anyone can.
Yeah. So Pot Crack says
It's so funny when you say it.
says is that finished Spider-Man drawing on the back of the desk, Justin? Yeah.
Oh, I love that thing, man.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I dig that.
You're not gonna make fun of my legs and how they're not like
I think you did the legs
proportioned.
extremely nice. Dude, I know you drew this, and this is way better. Like, I don't know your artistic skills, so when you draw something, I'm so pleasantly surprised. I'm like, wait a second, that's like good, you know? Like, you know, it's not like someone that doesn't have any ability drawing. Like, that's a dope Spider-Man. Like, I actually really, this is heartwarming to me. I like how it's.
Okay.
I know you said that this is Ramita inspired, right? But that side silhouette, it probably is Ramita inspired, but it brings me back to the 90s silhouettes that I respond to very well, like a Bagley silhouette. I see that there.
Yeah. So on my post I said, look, it is Ramita inspired, but that's a Bagley head.
Right. Yeah. I sort of feel that way. But anyway, I love it. I think, and I don't know how you found the perfect blue, but that's the blue, man.
Yeah, that was interesting because I did it in pencil, and then I just had color pencils to work with.
It's really endearing when you create something and then it actually looks good. Like, it makes it easy for me to say I like that, or else I just have to lie to you, and that's not nice.
Spidey missed leg day.
Yeah, Pot Crack.
Whatever, Norm. I mean, Manu. Interglobal says, I think even if CGC gives us the option to get the blue label, it would be thanks to Norn. They could even upcharge us if they have to. And just know that whatever blue labels you own right now are thanks to Norn.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
Already there. But yeah, if they upcharge, I don't know. It would take a special card for me to want to grade and upcharge to get a blue label. You know what I mean?
Justin, am I anti-establishment?
I actually think it's more on the positive side. I think like you're so passionate about people and the collector that it comes off as anti-establishment. And, look, I'm not just trying to like be different than you in the sense of like saying, hey, well, it's not a person. So why are we talking to them like they have personal characteristics? There's actually a lot more going on in my brain. And one of them is, I live in a world where there are people in my world who are like always judging someone else's moral character all the time. It's like, well, they're this and they're that and they're this and they're that. And what it does is like it prevents the relationship from ever going anywhere and having any performance that matters. It's just like, okay, great. You figured out they're a bad person. Now what? Like, and if you're going to be in a relationship with someone, you're only ever thinking about what they do wrong. Like, you're not going to really get anywhere, and it can be unhealthy. And then you apply that to corporations or businesses, like they're not going to be like moral people. Like, they're going to be for profit. And I don't like it per se, but I just don't know that it's healthy to expect anything different.
Can I ask you a personal question? It's personal. It's like it's a question that I want like your answer to, because I have my opinions about when I see certain things. And this could be a simple thing. Sometimes simple things I look at them. It could just be a simple thing. Anyway, so like, and I just want to know where you're coming from when you do this. About a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago, like CGC was like, we're starting a new Instagram page for our signature series, right? And look, where I'm coming from is I don't care. do whatever you guys got to do. Grow your social. If anyone cares, they'll find you. But like, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put it on your story and you said, I don't remember the exact words. So don't, but it was like, it was something along the lines of, I really think you should go follow this page.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you do that?
Because I know the two people behind it.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's the answer.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. And look.
And perhaps if I knew the two people behind it,
yeah,
perhaps I do something of that sort too.
Mm-hmm.
But we also make that distinguish that we've had this conversation. What I feel about having friends means there's expectations, and I don't let friendships do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you already know where I'm going with that.
Yep.
But so that makes sense. Yeah.
I do. And the truth is like if I held every business to the same moral standard I hold myself, I would not interact with any business, or there'd be very like super few that I would interact with, because I actually hold myself to what I consider a high standard. Right. And look, I wouldn't walk into Walmart, a Target. I probably wouldn't own a GMC. Like if I were like looking at everything they did and go, well, if I don't approve of 100%, then they're out. It just wouldn't happen. And I certainly wouldn't collect Marvel. There's so much going on at Disney right now that I don't agree with. Like I would already be like just totally done. And I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to become a monk where I'm like literally in a cave, just meditating all the time because everything else sucks. That's not who I
right. So you keep it pleasant. You have personal relationships. It's easy to post it and be like, go support this thing. Right. But then what happens when, no, actually, we don't have to talk about that. So yeah, that was my question. I'm glad I asked it.
Yeah. Good. Thank you for asking. Let's see here. You drink Starbucks. You're not anti-establishment.
Facts, man. I paid. And you know what? I am freaking mad. All right. Look, I love tipping. I do not have a problem with tipping. If I'm sitting down and I don't even have to. I have a favorite deli. I have a favorite deli, and he says, "Do you want the receipt?" And I say yes because I want to write in a tip, because he's always ready to just throw it out, right? I always find the pen and I always leave a tip. Why? Because I'm a regular there. They make sandwiches with love. They're already, kind of a pricey sandwich, but I love them and I don't want them to stop doing what they're doing. So I always tip. I'm not the sort of person that says, if I didn't sit and eat, if you didn't actually serve me, I'm already paying for the food. That's what I'm paying for. You made the food, you gave it to me. What am I tipping you for? But what I really cannot stand, and they have this one-liner that they use at the beginning, is if we don't know what's going on. If you're paying with a debit card, they put the little machine out the window and they say, it's going to ask you a question. No, it's not going to ask you a question. It's going to put it in your face while you're watching me to tip you. All right. Yeah. It's not asking me a question. It's putting me in a weird situation. And guess what? I always tip because it works. The psychology of it works. I'm not going to hit no. I'm going to hit the stupid $1 thing, even though I'm already giving you $5.70 for my latte. So now my lattes cost $6 something because I pay with a debit card.
Yeah,
that's my rant. I'm sorry.
One of our local.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, sorry. One of our local coffee establishments. It's local. It's not a national chain. If you buy their coffee, the price is $6.66. And we're in the South.
Goodness.
So 666 is like, no.
Oh, I don't like that number. No.
And it's like,
do you want to have to tip to change?
Oh, you have to tip to change it. That's that's a clever way to do it.
I'm a curmudgeon, and yeah, I remember I was picking up a plate for a pre-owned car that I bought from out of state, right? Like I forget, it's been a while, but like you got to go to DMV, get your plate after this happens, that happens, or whatever. And I said to the lady, if I don't like my plate, are you going to let me switch it out? She's like, no, what do you mean? Why wouldn't you like your plate? I was like, there's certain numbers that I don't want on my plate. And she caught the vibe. She's like, no, I get it. And then she pulled the plate that was for me. And we looked at it. It was like an amazingly dope number. It even said the words FAV on it for favorite. And it's like my favorite car. And there's a whole bunch of 8s. And my other friend was like, 8s are really good luck. And I was like, I love this license plate. That worked out beautifully well.
That is awesome. I want to read Kevin's comment here. He says, it'll probably take more collectors' input about wanting the blue label for Marvel cards through social media outlets, emails, and so on for it to become an option in the future. So he's saying if you really have, or what I'm hearing you say, Kevin, is if you really have an opinion about the blue labels, you got to make your voice heard and you got to be direct in it.
Yep.
social media, emails, these outlets. So they do hear it. Bobicus says,
hey, Bobicus is actually one of our friends that's actually quite upset today. I don't know I think that's all right to say, because he bought a lot of Blue Label stuff and he really loves the Blue Label. So he's feeling some kind of way today.
It's a business move for sure, but it feels to me like a slap in the face to those who were early adopters to CGC non-sports grading. It is a slap in the face. And I want to say this well, but it's, hey, we care more about a larger segment of the community of trading cards than this smaller segment. And like, how do I say it? Okay. So my Marvel cards, first ever graded Marvel cards, Blue Label, first one to put it up on YouTube to show it in videos. My cards are in the initial promotion. My best Marvel card, I chose to put in a CGC slab, which I hand delivered to New York at the CGC trading card booth. I'm just saying all that to say, like, I was an early adopter, right? And they called content creators to survey about making the change. And I never got a call.
That's uniquely weird to hear.
So I'm just saying, like, it wasn't our community that they're trying to capture or trying to,
it's not big enough, I guess. Yeah.
Make the change for, right? And yeah, so in a sense, it is a slap in the face if you frame it like that. And I don't mean they should call me on everything like I'm somehow the thing that represents Marvel cards. I'm just saying I was an early adopter.
It makes a lot of sense to get your opinion on it, especially since the first cards they used to promote it were yours.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I think it says more that they were just not what we did, or 100% of us could say we only want Blue Labels and we'll never grade again. And I don't think it would have swayed anything.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is really feeds my whole thing of clap for the community, not for the companies. Don't trust the companies. Don't have faith in the companies. Like, don't put your emotional belief and whatever in the companies, right? Like, if you put too much on it, if you think they're going to have your back, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. But if you go into it thinking, well, this company clearly can do whatever because they're a company and I got to make sure that I'm positioned in a way that it'd be all right if the rug gets pulled, that's how you have to do it. It's almost like a content creator. Now I'm speaking loosely because I'm not like I don't create a bevy of content on YouTube. And the thing is, if you're creating all of your content on one platform, you got to remember that platform can change something that can, completely ruin what you've built. And we always have to be mindful of putting too much of whatever it is that we do in the hands of a company that we don't control, right? We have to be, which is why majority of my collection is not slabbed, right? My personal collection, because no one can control what I do with that. It doesn't matter if you change the label. It doesn't matter what you do. It's ungraded anyway, And when it's time to sell it, it gets graded and sold.
Yeah.
And I think I'm about that life right there.
And I'm with you on that. And I do think that the vast majority of this channel, despite everything I just said about what I've done with CGC, we've said where should you grade is a big question that isn't always going to have the same answer based on what card it is and how you want to hold it, collect it, or sell it. Like we've never said only grade with this company or that company.
No, never have.
Manu, don't sell yourself short. By the end of the year, you'll have logged at least 160 hours on YouTube, probably 250. I was thinking the same thing, but I wasn't going to correct in mid-sentence.
I mean, I appreciate it. It's because you guys have held my hands and brought me into this role. Without Justin, I'm not on this show. Without this show, I'm not on West Coast Dave Enger's show. We don't have a podcast together. I'm really, really, without this, we don't have that. We do have that. And I'm really grateful for it. So thank you, my friends. There was a personal comment here. I think Ryan said, like, I'm honestly stunned Manu drinks Starbucks. I don't want to put Starbucks like a very, very little. Just recently in the last 2 or 3 months, I've started to take my phone calls in a car and in the car also drink my latte or whatever. But that's because I want something to do while I'm around and I'm addicted to, any sort of coffee type thing. But it's a far cry from who I used to be. I used to spend upwards of $200 and something a month at Starbucks. Some days 2 lattes. I was a very stupid person. That is done.
Yep. Let's update a couple of people because we have 2 comments in a row saying they're late to the party. Late to the party. What happened with CGC? CGC announced today no more blue labels after July 10th. They're going to a uniform label between sports, TCG, and non-sports. So any trading card they grade is going to have a similar label, same label. And CSG is going away. It'll be no more. It will only be CGC cards. So one grading company called CGC cards, period. And they're also changing their grading scale. They're going to a Gem Mint 10, which means their current Gem Mint 9.5, which looks like, I don't know if I got away from the camera there, which looks like this card here will now be a 10. So no more Gem Mint 9.5. See how it says Gem Mint in the top corner? If I were to send this to be resubmitted, it'll be in a black and white label with the grades on the opposite side with left font, and it would say a 10. They will still have a pristine 10, but there'll be no more subgrades. So subgrades are gone. Not even an option to pay up to get subgrades. No more blue labels, no more subgrades, no more perfect 10. Perfect 10 is out there now. You will never see those grades again. Perfect 10s will fall into the pristine 10. And they will also change the pop report accordingly. So if people take their 9.5s and send them in to be reholdered, it'll be in a 10, and that will change as to a Gem Mint 10 on the subgrades. The perfect 10s that are out there right now will continue to remain on the pop report as perfect 10s forever.
Oh, I want to thank you for that, Justin. Babakis said, maniacal Mark. First of all, you said like left font, and then I thought Lafonte, so I thought about our friend Mark.
Yeah.
And Maniac Mark says, and we're going to talk about this in a second, but I'm going to jump to Babakis. Babakis said, I have quite a few perfect 10s. That's the thing that gets me. How can those ever get devalued? My friend, those are now more important than they were before. So that's a thing for you to feel good about. Like the change that they've made has actually made those, in my mind, more just special, right?
How
so
can they
keep
not?
those, hold on to those, sell them to me, your choice. You have 3 options.
Yeah, how can they not? BGS as I'm sorry, I want to stay right here just for a second. So BGS as a company that's just floundering, like it's just not doing well. The black label BGS 10 still outsells just about any other graded slab.
There you go.
Because it's the only way you can get that in the community outside of the CGC 10.
And that product, the black label 10, whatever it is, that product has respect regardless of what the company does.
Correct.
Because it was never an exploited product. It was never a mass handed out grade. So it kept its integrity, and it doesn't matter what the company does. It's a thing.
So now add this as the story moves forward. CGC has a perfect 10, which is on par with BGS perfect, I think, from a grading scale standpoint.
I think so, yeah.
And in a Marvel card, you can only get it for 10 months, and then it's gone.
Yeah, that's a
BGS. You can still get a perfect label.
Maybe this was their plan all along, and they own a bunch of perfect 10s, and now they're going to flood the market. So Maniacal Mark says, is anyone expecting these blue labels to achieve a higher value in the long term due to their limited production rate? And we touched on that a few times. We're not going to just say that we're expecting it, but I think from the psychological approach, just the way that we think, they're cooler now. If in fact we are not able to get CGC to allow for maybe an upcharge for a blue label or keep blue labels in some cases, like let's just say blue labels are done, they're gone. Companies can backtrack, but let's say they don't backtrack. Then just like we're talking about these perfect 10s only had a 10-month window to exist. Well, generally speaking, blue label non-sport cards only had 10-month window to exist. Well, comic book community, TCG had longer history, but it makes them pretty cool because the people that did appreciate matching them up with their comics, well, that opportunity moving forward is gone. So maybe that gives these a little bit more desirability. So I don't know if I'm ready to bet on it, but I would not be surprised if it develops its own sort of chase for people.
I'm with you, and I'll give a counterpoint to why it won't.
Okay.
And it's not the same, but it's similar.
I like that you're giving a counterpoint because I was on your side of this. So let's hear that.
Thank you. The CGC red label, which has similar elements. CGC started grading. comic books, if it was quote a modern, they gave it a red label, and then they woke up like 2-3 years later. I don't remember the time frame, and they're like, "Wait, what's modern today won't be modern tomorrow, so we can't keep doing this."
Yes.
You know? And so they just shut it down. Everything got the same color labels, just what the grade was. So now you can go find a CGC 9.8 from the 90s. I think it's the 90s, and it's a red label, and it's the only way to get a red label. They don't have an actual red label anymore of any kind. That's like, when I say red, I mean red all the way across. Of course, there's labels with red in them, but not like a red label.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it marks a very particular point in time. And the community thinks it's not, I don't think it's ever been proven true. In fact, it may be disproven, but the narrative around the community is that CGC was grading harshly modern comics, meaning that a 9.8 was like really a 9.8. And a 9.4 could be a 9.8 if you cracked it and resubmitted it. Gotcha. And so a lot of those red labels got cracked, cleaned, pressed, because this was during an era where cleaning and pressing wasn't as prominent as it is now.
It wasn't adopted the way it is now, yeah.
And so a lot of those red labels that were high grades, not 9.8s, got cracked. And so the population dropped even further. And so you would think that if people were hunting a modern, say, when I say modern, I mean like the 90s Spider-Man 1, Todd McFarlane, or even an ASM 300, maybe, right? Like that you would want it in a red label, and maybe it was like 90 and up. So maybe 88, 89 didn't count, but whatever the years are, that you would want it in a red label 9.8 than as opposed to having a blue label 9.8. But I haven't seen that.
And so your counter argument is that is an old retired label that you can only get by buying it, but you haven't seen a premium for that, right?
I bought some because I think it has the elements of something that when people look back, they're going to go, why didn't we pick these up when we could?
Yeah.
Everybody has blue labels. I want a red label.
And I'll tell you, because we've had this conversation, I don't let the people know that have the red labels that I would pay a premium, because I actually do believe they bring in a premium.
Okay.
But there was one individual that, because it's just a cool thing. If someone believes it's cool, they'll pay a little extra for it. It's not that it's actually going to have its own price chart and it's more valuable. It's just a matter of individual collecting habits. And I'm dealing in things rather unique anyway. So if I only have 5 potential buyers and one of them wants the old label, well, then that's all I need, right? But there was a book very recently that the gentleman had 2. He had the old label and a brand new graded one. And he would not sell me the old label for less than the brand new graded one, because I was trying to make the argument that it's the old label. You don't want that. And he's like, no. This one's special.
All right, so Manu.
Oh, wow.
Here's a 9.9 red label.
I've seen this on eBay. Yeah, I've seen this on eBay. This to me does not appeal to me mainly for a few reasons. First of all, the label's like extremely ugly, and in this case, it looks like it has like moisture damage or something. Like it was in a warm, humid place and it's wavy, right? So the unattractiveness of this
perforated edge. I know we see that now too, as well. But go ahead. Please.
No, this one's just it's circumstantial, right? And this is just ugly, and so I don't.
What would a 9.9 blue label go for in this book? Do you have any idea?
I actually don't. There's quite a few 9.9s in this book. This is not scarce in that. It's scarce because compared to how many tens of thousands there are graded, but there's, I think, like dozens and dozens of 9.9s of this book. Don't quote me. Someone can pull it up, but I think there's a lot. RS Cali, what's going on? He said, try reading those UPCs. Yeah, like what is those little numbers, man? Like you could barely see those things.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
And RS will tell me, he'll let us know how many 9.9s exist in that book. Probably 100 and something. I don't know.
So I just typed in CGC red label, modern. Only two books come up on eBay. Now, I'm not saying there's not more. Maybe there's a better way to search it, but this X-Force was the only other one that popped up.
Maybe throw in like original label.
Okay.
Maybe that does something. They're scarce. There's not a lot of red labels for sale, especially in desirable books. It's actually kind of surprising that 9.9 exists.
That did not work.
And no one would. I mean, there are people that would, but like, who would have the whatever to crack that book out and resubmit it for a new label.
Right.
It's a 9.9. You got to leave it be.
You gotta leave. There's no way you touch that. Kevin says I'll probably only submit CGC when they do a blue label special. I'm summarizing. Yeah, seasonal special like McDonald's does with the McRib.
They'll probably do something like that. The last 9.9 was on Comic Link the other week, and it sold for $1,850. Andrew's letting us know.
Okay, which is the same price as that one.
Close to, yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know if there's an upcharge after that, you know.
So they'll know. They know.
If he's quoting the price, he's probably putting the price in there that has the buyer's premium in it, because that's kind of how we report on the auction prices. That so on and so forth.
You may have read this.
Yeah.
He says it has a nostalgic factor for him because the red labels were first gen CGC. Yeah. I mean, I think that's going to be my, 2 years from now, if there's no blue labels that show up again, and I see one pop up on eBay, I'm going to go, you know what? There's going to be some nostalgia that starts to play a role into that.
True.
Hey, Kevin.
Oh, what was I forgot.
Dozens and dozens, 9.9s.
Yeah, he's making that like my quote, and it's lost on me. Like, why? I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, I asked you how many there were, and you're like dozens and dozens.
I know, yeah, and I actually do want to know how many 9.9s exist. I am willing to bet there are dozens. I'm not willing to bet the second thing I said, like over 100. I'm not willing to bet that. I will bet there are at least 30 9.9s of Spider-Man 1. Now, Boris says here, error cover. This is really cool. Few of my friends here in the chat will know. The larger card community is going to be like, what's this guy talking about? But of that Spider-Man #1, the green cover, which is the standard cover, there's a few iterations. There's polybag newsstand, non-polybag newsstand. There's different iterations of like pricing and barcodes. But in terms of the actual print, there is one with purple webs, and there's one with the more like violet, sort of grayish purple lavender webs, right? But there's one with like a more intense purple. It's clearly a purple web. And this argument gets made that it should be referred to as a variant, like it should be separated on the census. It should be known as an alternative to the cover. It's the purple web cover. And I've always thought, maybe, yeah, I guess. I never really thought too much of it. I'm like, it just means like the ink was running a little differently. But Boris pointed out something very interesting. So like either the screens or whatever was used, however it's printed, it actually is printed differently. There are points on that book. Boris pointed out at least 3 points where the color's missing. Now, these are very small points. It's not like the Batman 423 where the moon has 2 large chunks of color missing, but there's small areas where the web actually received no color. Like the print doesn't have the color it's supposed to have. And I've never heard anybody point that out. So that to me makes it distinctly 2 different books, because the violet web version is not missing color in those 3 areas, but the purple web version is missing color. So it's not just how the ink was running, it's actually printed differently. And I thought that was very interesting because I did not know until Boris pointed that out. And that's that. Yeah.
Interesting. We got a question here from Captain. He says, we blame Upper Deck by manufacturing rarity when we do the same exact thing by thinking a red label is more important than a different colored label. No. So he's asking a question. Are we're like, hey, manufacturer rarity is a problem in the hobby or whatever, and but we're looking at red labels going, hey, that's just manufacturer rarity, why does that matter?
And not only is it just I love where he's going with this, because I feel that, and I'm conflicted by giving any significance to the red label, because not only is it just manufactured rarity, we're creating it ourselves, like the illusion of significance. Also, it's making it as though the label is the collectible. The label is, CGC is not Marvel Comics. CGC didn't create the item that we fell in love with, that we encapsulated through a company providing a service. So I'm actually torn and conflicted with the idea of giving any significance to the label and letting that increase the value. But the truth is, in this world, if there's a buyer that's going to pay a premium, then it is what it is. And because if I'm going to make that argument, then there are some custom labels that I really appreciate. There's a Carnage custom label that's been retired, but there are certain books that when it has that label on it, my eyes light up. And the label is not the collectible, but the aesthetic quality and the fact that you cannot order that label anymore does increase the rarity for that one particular item. So yes, it's manufactured, and yes, I'm opposed to those things largely. I am conflicted in this here. It's just one of those things that it's not black and white and it's not cut and dry. And for certain books, I will pursue the older red label for multiple reasons. It's super cool, super vintage looking. It's not wavy. It's cool in that regard. Like certain books, it just adds this old quality to it that fits with certain books.
Yeah. I'm a little confused. Because the label is part of the collectible. It becomes part of it. We could all think of examples. Your 9.8 signed Stan Lee Wizard.
Yeah.
Like that. You wouldn't want to separate those two now.
Well, no, the label is what signifies that it was a witnessed signature. So the label is lending to what that item is. Without that, I don't have the fact that it's not certified in that way.
The two Venoms you put up earlier as PSA 10s, that label's part of the collectible now.
It certainly is, because it's not a PSA 10 without this label on it. It's just a high-grade loose card.
Yeah, or like, what's the price difference if it's just
huge?
Huge.
You got $1,000 versus maybe 80.
Yeah, and so I get it. Like I kind of get the sentiment of
and I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's not the only way to collect, and that if we're not careful, we'll fall into the I'm the hero then become the villain, which is it should only be this way and it's the right way to do it. And the next thing you know, like you're the bad guy telling everybody how they should do something.
Right.
So I get the sentiment behind it, but I don't know that I can get behind saying it's not collecting or a collectible. That makes sense?
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
I can tell you this, when I first came back into the hobby and I didn't have everybody's voice in my head like I have to fight now, I saw red labels. I was like, yep, want me some of them. And I bought them. Bought like 7 of them. Cool. And I haven't gotten rid of them. They're just sitting back there because I like them because
do they just get wavy on their own? Are they wavy?
Yeah, the paper's crap.
They just get wavy. Okay.
Yeah, there's too much gap for the thin. At least that's how I see it, and I may be wrong.
So we have to factor that in as charming. That's just
charming. You just can't get it anymore. Like it does. I can't call CGC. Hey, give me the red label.
Right.
Or it doesn't exist. And I like that. Like I don't know. There's something about it.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me on. I gotta step out.
You stayed way past your 20 minutes.
Jim, thank you, man.
No, I enjoyed the conversation. I had time, so I wanted to kind of see what you guys' takes on it were and see what the community thought about it. So I appreciate you guys having me on for such an important conversation in the hobby.
Thank you, man. And I know the CGC conversation took away from your box break.
That's okay. I didn't pull anything impressive, so it's okay.
Let me show you this before you go. I had a thumbnail made for you
that
I couldn't use because of, obviously I wanted the thumbnail to match what was happening.
Gotcha.
Let's see, turn the brightness down here so we can actually see it. It was one box break to rule them all.
Oh, I like that.
So anyways, it was going to be fun.
Appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure, brother.
Yeah. So see you guys soon. Yep. Bye.
See you soon.
Bye-bye. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, we got a couple of comments here. So, nope, not that one. This one. Probably 2 different printing presses for that book since the print numbers were in the millions. He's talking about the purple level.
Yeah. I'm with you.
He says it's grasping at straws.
Oh, calling out the differences and saying this is a variant of this. Yeah.
Captain, I think is agreeing with you saying that the label is not the collectible.
Yeah, and I agree with both things. That's why I'm actually conflicted there.
The sentiment I think is beautiful. I really do. The label is important. If not, why then get it graded? And
to get it graded is to get it graded. to get it graded is to get it graded, and the label is what identifies the grade. But I see what's being said there too.
Well, so let me grab the AF-15 because that's probably one thing.
Because what if an item was just encapsulated with no label, right? What if the encapsulation was just like a one touch, just surrounded the card, and then perhaps on the back there was something you scanned to reveal the grade? Like maybe there was nothing in writing, and the information is associated with a serial number or a cert scan, right? That is a possibility that eliminates labels, but still provides grade.
Yeah. So I think this is actually a fun conversation. So the AF-15, and I'm not trying to make a point. I'm like learning with you right now. That's what I'm getting at. Like we would say, like, buy the card, not the grade, when you have something like the AF-15. There's only 15, and each image on it is unique, right? It's its own version of a 101.
Yeah.
But if CGC does away with the blue label and change the grading scale where this 10 actually is much more important, to me it is, maybe not.
You have the only 10 of an AF-15 comic cut that can ever be paired with the blue label AF-15 comic book.
Correct. Now I'm like, oh, wait a minute. There is an element of this label becomes a part of the collecting because you can't get it anymore. Does that make sense?
Yep. I'll argue you if I feel like arguing you. I can't argue that. That makes sense.
But I do think if we continue to move into this era,
Devil's avocado, Captain Crockpot. He said I'm playing Devil's avocado.
That won't work. Because like take this big beautiful hunk of slab right here, right? That
Oh, I've seen those. I've seen those advertised online. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the one that was that had they sent them to me because I found out they used my card.
Oh, wait. Yeah. You told me about that.
Hurt my feelings. So this is where I'm kind of concerned about our community. When you pay to have something encapsulated to protect it, and then you pay to get something to protect the encapsulation of the protection.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like, we've gone too far. We're getting back to the 90s where we got the screw downs again. That's when we knew it was about the bubbles about the burst when we were doing the screw downs.
Yeah. That's funny. Black Goose says if CGC offered a custom label for their cards like they offer for their books, it would pull me away from PSA, especially for my PC, and they know that. And but I don't know if they're going to do that. But I get that. I get what you're saying, especially for PC stuff. The thing about custom labels when something's go ahead.
Nope. I'm waiting. I'm gonna let you finish that thought.
The thing about for comic books, the thing about custom labels when you're selling something is if you pick the wrong label because you liked it, but it's really silly looking, you actually narrow down your buying audience, But if you pick the right label and actually enhances the look, you get to increase the value in some cases. Like $120 book sells for $150 with the right venom on the book, things
That's
like
true.
that.
But like there was a time on this back wall where I had 2 signed comic books and they were yellow labels, and I didn't like the way it looked, so I sold them because I wanted all blue labels back there. And now I'm like, well, that's kind of dumb. But
no, I mean it's what you wanted to do exactly. So then those JBiz, what's going on, my friend? Those with perfect 10 will really have something to hold on to. Agreed. They have created something by discontinuing that, so that is cool.
Do you remember
Screw Downs Wow, Boris says.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Screw Downs what? Yeah.
No, he said Screw Downs Wow. Yeah.
We had a really early episode, which I think helped launch our, what do you want to call this show that we do? And it was the episode where we were talking
Marvel
about
dynamic.
Yeah. But we were going through like what made something like really collectible.
Yeah.
Remember we talked about historically significant, aesthetically pleasing, rare, like truly rare, not necessarily manufactured rare.
Yeah.
And the fourth was it was culturally like significant or something iconic.
That might have been
iconic. It was iconic. Something like iconic, meaning that people would see it and go, "Oh yeah." It didn't have to necessarily be in the niche. Like and we were using the Jordan rookie as the example because it's now art. Like it's not just a picture on a card. It's transcended that, right?
Yeah.
And what are those four elements? And that when we're looking for collectibles that we really want to invest in, we don't like to use that word a lot here, but we are spending money. So it's stupid not to realize you're making investments.
Mark's with us. Hello. We were just talking about you, Mark.
There he is. But like with that, how many of those elements are going to be at play when you're collecting something? So again, historically significant, actually rare, aesthetically pleasing, and it's iconic. And the things that I own right now, I think the AF-15 comic cut, there's not a lot beyond that meets all four of those. The 2013 red PMG could be there, but like Marvel cards would have to become a big thing, and it be those cards be seen as more than what they are. But beyond that, there's not a lot that meet all four of those that's in my collection. But
yeah.
So let's see here. Andrew says, as long as components place the item within a specific context, time period and location, then that component becomes part of the collectible. If I were to pull up a time capsule like that was buried in the ground, that's 150 years old, do I throw away the time capsule?
Heck no. You kidding
Why?
me? What do you mean? It's so cool. No, I get it. I can't explain it, but no, you do not.
Yeah. Well, that's what the red label is.
There you go.
That could be what the blue label is.
It could be.
Oh yeah, that 10 months. Marvel cards had their day for 10 months.
That 10 months when we thought CGC was with us, that 10 months. Yeah.
RMS says the blue labels are a part of CGC history now. And just like there are green labels for CSG, but the blue labels will likely have more desirability long-term than those terrible green labels.
Yeah.
And I think the green labels were around a lot longer. Sorry.
And were those for sports cards?
Yeah, and I think they were around longer, and green doesn't communicate to sports. That's why it didn't work.
Yeah, and
this communicate.
This might be an ignorant statement or maybe something not fully thought through, but I also think that like Marvel card collectors operate on a higher level of emotion than like the sports card trade, right? And so we might attach a little bit more of an emotion to that 10-month blue label window than the sports card collectors might to the whatever month green label window. They probably do not care,
And like, I just dawned on me, like I'm thinking about my Amazing Spider-Man 300 comic cut cover, all blue labels.
Yeah,
I love it. Real quick, for quality of the grade and value, PSA just rules at the moment is what it is. If that changes, then so will I.
There you go. You got to move with the times, move with the market. I mean, if the money matters to you, you got to move with the money. It is what it is.
We don't know the answer on the signature series labels. That's something we've got to get figured out. Does that mean we will or will not have signature series moving forward? Fausto's comment says he's working on us being able to sign with actors and actresses that have not signed before. So I don't know if that means he's fighting for it to keep it, or I don't know. I have to get an answer.
We know that CGC loves their signature series program, but that is largely because of how successful the comic book program is. We don't necessarily know how much they respect or appreciate the card signing side of it. We don't know that yet, right?
We don't. What I can tell you is that for every comic artist, they're not offering the cards to be signed. Like Alex Ross did not offer for him to do signing of cards, but Todd, they did. Yes. Rob, yes. And maybe that's from person to person. They're saying, I don't want to sign all those cards. Maybe that's it. But I can't imagine they would want to turn away money. Like it's, it's 125 or whatever it is a card. Like it's not cheap. But Vintage Lord Candace says Rob Liefeld's will be yellow. I think he's right. When I was saying July 12th cutoff date, I wonder if I was remembering the Rob Liefeld cutoff date, but it's July 10th is when CGC's cut off. So they're pretty close together. And I imagine those labels have already been printed. Like they've been designed, they've been printed. So they've shown them, like we could see them on the signature series. I don't think they're going to change those. And that makes me want to send in my live field signatures even more.
Oh, wait, so like the labels get printed, and then what needs to be printed on the label is then printed on the label that's already printed.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's like sheets, and then they
right. Okay.
RMS says was hoping for a Jim Lee signed card, was going to send the X-Men Series 1 cards. Dude, yeah, Jim Lee would be flooded when he does signatures for cards.
And a yellow CGC label over some X-Men stuff probably would have looked really good.
That beautiful signature that he does.
Yeah, Jim Lee's signature is really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's simple, but it's got a good clean look to it.
Yeah, I've forged it and sent it to CBCS and got authenticated about 8 times.
Please say no. That's not true.
Guys, I am just joking. Come on, guys. I am just joking, but I wanted to say it.
Slytherin.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going to sign Ramita's business card and then sell it to me?
Oh, I would. Oh, just
no. It was your idea. William says he probably won't because of DC. He's picking on me because I like to pick on DC. Jim Lee runs DC now.
Jim Lee runs DC?
It's been true for like 3 years. It's not new news.
I checked out in 99 and I don't care what has happened since then.
RS Cali says Jim Lee does not sign in gold anymore. Does anyone know if that's a factor? So why not?
Oh my gosh, that explains this thing. Hold on. Sorry, you carry on. I just realized.
Okay, I'm going to shove an M&M. I'm probably going to choke, but I'm going to shove it in my mouth.
Wait a second. So I have a Batman book signed by Jim Lee. Oh my gosh, his name's at the top.
Mm-hmm.
He did do something on this book.
Well, he probably did the cover, but he does some of those covers because he's running the whole thing.
See? Jim Lee.
Nope.
Someone gave. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea he was doing stuff like that.
That's probably why he wouldn't sign Marvel cards. But he did do something in conjunction with Marvel recently, if I remember correctly.
Is that a good book? Does that
Hush?
matter?
Is Hush a good book?
Yeah.
It's a great.
I know there's one book in that series that's very expensive, but that's not it. That's not that book. There's
his biggest DC book. His version of Batman.
What I mean is that book worth anything? Do I put it back in that pile, or do I put a price tag on it? Is the question I'm asking.
Slytherin is hanging out, guys. Can he sell it?
Yeah, come on. My Slytherin is hanging out.
CGC's answering a lot of questions on. Wait a minute. Dave says I have to leave forever.
Guys, I'm always gonna give you something to leave about, which means you got to keep coming back.
Yep. You're good. You don't want to miss it. 62, 3 weeks in, whatever we are right now.
Right.
Just give it to your friend who loves Batman.
Yeah, the variant of that book is the money book. See, that's what I knew. I knew by looking at that cover, that's not the one with him standing on the thing that everyone goes crazy about. Yeah. All right, everyone's having a field day. I'm glad I allowed for this to happen.
Look, Bobakis says, well, I did offer Spidey my perfect 1093 Spidey one time. Maybe I'll trade it to you now.
Wait. The perfect 1093.
Yes. He's
Which
right.
One's the 93? What's the image?
It's the one that I'm not a huge fan of with the big spider in the back.
Oh, the one with the cricket legs, the mosquito, the cockroach legs in the back. I be talking so much mess about that card. I'm sorry, but we have fun with it. Babakis, it's a great card. A lot of people love the card. I've had fights in the messages about it.
He sent it to me, and I said thanks, but I have that one. I have a couple of them in the PSA 10. That's what I meant by that.
Right.
And it is very interesting how it changes perspective, the announcement today. Because actually,
I don't know if it changes my perspective. Yeah, I get it.
I don't have that one, and I likely will never get a chance to have it again. Without having.
Well, you won't get a chance of having it again.
See what I'm saying? But hey, Bubba Kiss, can I show the card?
Of course, he wants to sell it. He wouldn't have brought it up for no reason.
It's a pop 2. Can I show the card? 93 bricks. So you just don't because it actually does kind of work with the gold label.
So that's a perfect 10.
Yeah.
Those subgrades are all 10s.
The tier, yes, 10, 10, 10, 10. Yes, all the way across. You can't see
listen, man. I've been honest to the detriment of our friends tonight, so I'm not going to now because I feel bad. And I owe Andrew $75.
But what I'm eyeballing here on the side is that a perfect 10 Venom masterpiece?
Is that a perfect 10? Bobicus, is the Venom a perfect 10? You can't tell? It doesn't, you can't, you might see the P.
No,
Oh, it's a pristine. It's a pristine.
It's a pristine.
Whew.
Okay.
That would have been a card, man.
Yeah,
we would have had a bidding war right now. I caught a tarantula in the house yesterday.
Did you really? What'd you do with it?
Well, it was just I gently walked across the street and put it away in a bush. And he looked at me as I said goodbye to it.
I thought about my daughter sent me a TikTok.
And it was actually a huge wolf spider. I don't have tarantulas here, but I mean, I'm telling
you. I love that. It was a radioactive spider. Yeah. And she sent it to me, and it was animating a spider and what it says whenever someone comes to squash it. It was so sad. Oh gosh, yeah. I'll never kill a spider again.
No, every now and then, a spider gets something, but it's not because I can't. It's every now and then you can't control something that might happen. You might run the shower, a little baby spider goes down the thing. It is what it is, you know. But they form little oxygen bubbles around them or whatever, and hopefully he survives wherever he ends up. But
well, they have 10 times the strength of a proportionate spider.
All right, look, there was one time there was someone over working on my AC. You know how the main AC unit is on the outside of the house, like whatever the thing is called, the big thing. And he took this back panel off, and there was a black widow with a nest of little spiders, a big egg. And he was getting ready to kill it. I said, no, dude, no, let me move it. He said, you're going to move this thing? I said, I'm going to move this thing. So he left. He said, I'll be back when you're done. And I did. I moved him. I put him on the hillside. And I said, all right, now do your work. You're not going to kill them. Come on. Look, he's chilling there. He wasn't expecting us to disrupt his stuff.
We're
the thing that holds the condenser. Yes.
All right. JBS says, I wonder if submissions for blue labels will increase now that they will lead to pasture. So you got these X number of weeks left. Do people say, you don't care about us? You just said no, like you're not going to give us blue labels for Marvel cards anymore. So I'm not sending anything. Or do you think people are going to go, well, this is it. It's my last chance. Let me send in my stuff.
Wait, what happened here? I wonder if submissions for blue labels will increase now that they will be led to pasture. What is the led to pasture reference here?
It means it's going to be put out to pasture, which just means retire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. I don't
it's kind
think
of like when they said they were no longer doing the Stan Lee custom label, but
also, guys, you got to remember this. If you're going to land a bunch of 8s and 9s, no blue label is going to save the value of that stuff. All right. They're still going to be worth $5. If you've got special cards with good grades, you got a shot at it meaning something. But just because you got a blue label on a PSA 7 of some general 1994 Marvel Masterpiece card, it's not worth the time or the effort. It's not going anywhere. Quote me.
So here's what I will say. If you know what you're doing with grading, which I don't, I just look at the card and go, looks good, and I send it. But if you know what you're doing and you really believe it has a chance at a perfect, send it.
Oof, that's special.
Send it.
If you feel like gambling a little bit and you don't care that the outcome is a 9.5 or something, not a perfect. If you can nab some perfect 10s right now, freaking nab them.
If you have a comic cut, send it.
But saying that you're going to send a card in and get a 10 is like the most foolish. That's like me saying I'm going to send a book in and get a 10.
I'm not saying you will. I said, if you know what
you're
doing.
I'm just saying, you got to gamble. You got to have a bit of a gamble and you got to be on point. Both of them have to come into play because that is not a.
Oh, we have a guest that's about to come on. So, I will do that. I will be going through my collection. I will look and see what is like. You know what? I really wanted to get this in a CGC slab. I was waiting, and I'm likely going to get those submitted. If I run across any card I think could be a 10, it's definitely going. My comic cuts, I've graded a bunch of them, but if I have any left, I can think of one right now offhand. Those are going as well. All right. We got the voice.
My man,
One
what
and only.
up?
What's up, fellas? How are you guys doing
Oh,
tonight?
the voice. That's right. You
The
said
voice.
that, and then he spoke. I was like, I remember
See, he
now.
knows. Even Manu was like, "Yep."
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
what he
no,
meant.
for sure.
What does Rush
For
Limbaugh?
sure.
What did he say? A voice on loan from God.
I don't know what
Sure.
he said.
That's
I don't
like
listen to Rush, so I'm not sure.
that's like like being kind of really braggadocious and humble at the same time. I'm just borrowing it from God. It's not mine.
RMS
Yeah.
says, I'm not sending. It's the principle for me. You know, I stand on principle, RMS. Like,
Nah, Derp, I got robbed, man.
How
Somebody
many
stole all
inches
my
does that
Marvel
have?
Legends. Somebody stole
wait,
all my
what
Marvel
happened?
Legends.
Oh, standing on principle? It's the only reason I could date a girl taller than me, all right?
Okay.
It's the only reason I feel all right, okay?
Sorry, I hate you lost your Marvel Legends. That makes me sad.
Oh no, they're just all boxed up.
Okay, good. Good.
Oh, you're
good.
Yeah, we're
moving.
getting ready
Okay,
for the
okay.
move. So
All right.
I had to
so,
start. I actually had to start packing stuff up so the wife didn't yell at me.
Yeah, that's it. Let's not get yelled at. Give away that ugly Wolverine sketch.
Oh, this guy. Yeah, I won a Gabe's Cave giveaway, and I never expected this card because I was 4th on their list, and they go in order. But I got the Wolverine
that's not ugly.
from Don Jason Hall.
Oh, he's joking when he says ugly, isn't he?
He's got some.
Yeah,
he's a little swollen.
he's joking.
Traps, but,
Dude, that
So-
is. Are you actually? Are you really giving that away right now?
No.
Oh,
My mom
okay.
was not
All right. I was like, you should probably just offer that for sale. You don't have to give that away.
I'm gonna.
Well, look, there's gonna be a lot of giveaways. That's coming here soon.
There's gonna be a lot of giveaways. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you tell people we're in hour 3, so I don't. But we still got 90 people watching. So tell them what we got going on
We
this
have
weekend.
50 minutes more of the show, Justin. I'm sorry.
I know you guys run for like 4 or 5 hours, so we got.
It just goes so fast. We don't even know what's happening.
No, this is
so
intermission.
Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, we start the 24-hour live stream fundraiser for Wounded Warrior Project.
Friday night it starts?
Friday night. Yeah, you're on the schedule. You're on the schedule.
I'm going to have to make sure I know exactly what's happening.
You're PST, right?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So you're 9 o'clock PST. So Manu,
9
you'll be on
p.m.
with
PST.
Valor. You'll be on with Valor Comic Services.
Okay.
Well, that's really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Friday night, 9 p.m. PST.
Yep. And I'll send you the link Friday evening, so that way you can join right around your time frame.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Marvel Marshall. Got to represent. So, Friday night, we're doing the 24-hour Mentalthon, 24-hour live stream, Retroverse UK. Did myself put that together with a lot of help from the community. You guys have all been a great support for that. We're going to have all kinds of giveaways and live auctions. Tons of artists are donating sketch cards. We got big hitters like Dre.
There's artists,
Ash,
and then they're like people you don't get access to. You guys are getting access to.
Exactly. Yeah. We are going to have Saturday morning at 11 Eastern. Lewis will be on. Alonzo Collectibles. He'll be on along with Fred and Ian and the interpreter. And we'll have a live interview with Fred and Ian as well.
That's
so that'll be.
Wait, what language do they speak? Why is there an interpreter?
They speak French. So they're from Eastern France. So, and I did take a little bit of French in high school, but I can't do it well enough to give an interview justice. So we were able to get an interpreter for that. So,
that is
what
awesome.
we're going to have all kinds of giveaways. Currently we're at 34 giveaways to do. Giveaways will work. Every $150 raised, we'll do a giveaway. The more stuff that gets donated for giveaways, the less that amount has to be. So basically we'll do like you guys do with the StreamYard giveaway tool. We'll pick a winner based on the hashtag, and it's one hashtag covers you for the entire show. So you don't have to be there to even win in the middle of the night. So that's really awesome. But then we'll do a spin wheel. So you won't know what you're getting entered for. You're just going to get entered for a bunch of different stuff. We have 11 Fred and Ian autographed prints and books and cards. There is 11 slabs. There's a couple. Well, there's more than 11 slabs. We have a whole bunch of different slabs that are being given away. There's e-pack sets that are being given away.
Wow.
Sketches that people have donated to be given away. So all kinds of things. And then, of course, the artists are going to be, they've done a lot of sketch cards, and we've shared a little bit of that work. And then we have the artists. We're going to be doing live auctions for the artist. and I did share out on your Discord, Spidey, Swami's Discord, the 2 Facebook groups, the timeline for
good.
everybody that's going to be on as far as the guests go. So that way people know when the artists are going to be on, so they know when to pop in for the live auctions and stuff too. So
now this starts Friday and then goes until when?
Saturday night. Yep. So 8 p.m. Eastern Friday, and it'll go till Saturday night at 8 p.m.
Solid 24 hours.
Solid 24 hours. Yeah.
And where is this going to be streamed at?
You can find it either on my channel or on Retroverse's channel.
Okay. So like when I'm scheduled to come on, so
I have you 7 a.m. Eastern on Saturday morning.
So that's
6 your time.
6 my time. 6 a.m.
your time. Yep.
Okay.
And then Dr. Mark is going to be on as well. He said he was going to be coming on too.
Correct.
So,
did I change? Did I pick that time?
You did. Yep. You picked 7 a.m. and 8 a.m.
Okay. I think I was.
You can pop on a little later if you want to sleep.
No.
That's okay.
But I won't. But I won't be doing it on my channel. I'll be doing it on.
Correct. Now, if you did want to pop in and go live on your channel at that time, you're able to.
I'm okay either way. I just want to make sure the viewers know where to find us.
Yeah. Yep. So True Blue Collectibles on YouTube or Retroverse Cards on YouTube.
Got you. And yeah, I'll have some stuff to give away for that. It'd be cool.
Awesome.
Now, are you guys going to be like no sleep by the time that we hop on?
This guy. Jake will probably pop off camera and go take a nap or something like that. We did record a couple box openings yesterday, just so that way we have a couple videos we can run while we go to the bathroom or have to eat or something like that. But we can always, there's going to be 2 of us there, plus the guests are going to be there talking and interacting with chat.
Okay.
But pretty much I have to be there because of the host aspect of it, because you know how that works. You got to be able to pop the comments and stuff like that up there. But yeah, that's my plan. I've done 24 hours straight numerous times. So it's nothing new to me. And my sleep schedule is always.
Why have you done 24 hours straight numerous times? Are you a poker player?
No. It's the whole mental health thing and military service and stuff like that. So I don't sleep well as it is. So then I get like 3 hours here, 2 hours here, 4 hours here.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And that's a big part of why we're doing this too, is just to let people know that there is a place in the community that you can talk to people and just kind of express those emotions or, whatever. And the stream isn't going to be all just talking about mental health. It's, just talking about things that you enjoy. It can be therapy enough for some people. So
yeah, I think
we've lost a few people this year too in our own little collecting community.
Yep.
Oh.
Even if it's just people having fun and people can just come check out and relax and have fun.
Absolutely.
That too.
Yeah.
But then to couple that with the great calls, couple that with also the opportunity to get some stuff that's really cool. I think just, all works together there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then Justin, I haven't shown you this yet. If you're okay with it, I can share a screen and show you what Ash has created for us.
Oh god.
Marvel Madness, what up?
I know Dre has already shared his out on Instagram, so everybody's familiar with what Dre has put out there, that gold Spider-Man.
Yep. He took Dave Palumbo's 2020 Spider-Man.
And he did a fantastic job with that. He said Dave signed off on it too, so that's good.
Okay. He reimagined it as a gold PMG. He's always coming after me with those things. He's like, I'll just paint Spidey on something gold.
Marvel Madness says that.
Holy smokes.
What?
Ash Gonzalez is donating these 2 sketches for us for the live auctions. Wow. He is on Saturday night. He'll be on at the 7 o'clock time frame Saturday night. So he is going to be finishing the show off. So we have Spider-Man 2099, and we have Miles in the shorts, the Jordans, and the shirt with the full zip hoodie. Just fantastic.
Beautiful.
We're
getting a lot of reactions in the chat.
Yes, yeah. So bring your checkbook, bring your cards. It's for a great cause. It's going every penny goes to Wounded Warrior Project through the GoFundMe page. Once we end that, then all donations get sent directly to them. There's no send it to us and then we got to send it to them. GoFundMe doesn't take any percentage out of anything that's donated, which that's one main reason why we went with them. They earn their money basically off of tips that are provided by people making donations. So,
that Miles pose is crazy.
It's crazy. I love it. And I told Jake, I said, I'm just so happy they didn't put him in like full Spidey gear. You know what I mean? Because it's a different take on him than what people are used to seeing with Miles.
It's like he's wearing just a t-shirt with the spray painted logo.
Yeah. That's basically like it's like his initial uniform, right? It's like the hoodie from Spider-Man.
Black Goo, he loves to do the looser clothes to get that ripple cloth effect. And so that's why it looks more.
Yeah, and he did it with the Spider-Man 2099 too. You can see it here in the pant portion of the.
Yeah.
That's what Black Goo's referring to. Yeah.
Yeah.
The garments on 2099.
Yeah. He's a little thin in the rear. Yeah, he ain't got no booty.
Wow.
So,
that's incredible.
So that's Ash. So yeah, very cool. Very happy with what everybody is, and even some of the guests are donating, sketch cards and stuff like that. People that aren't even coming onto the show have been donating to the giveaways, and it's been amazing the amount of support we've had for this.
Wow. So 7 a.m. Central Standard Time.
6 a.m. Central Standard Time.
7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 6 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Correct.
Saturday morning, I'll be live with you guys. And I don't have it. I'll share it on my Instagram. Links to your channels.
Yeah,
sure. People have it.
That'd be great.
And I'm excited. I'll
Me too.
I'll be up early. I'll have a good cup of coffee.
I've been in this nervous, anxiety, anxiousness, excitement mode for like the past 2 weeks because it's getting closer and closer and closer. I can't believe it's been
right here.
2 months in the making now that we've been working on this. So
it's all coming together.
Yeah, it'll be nice to when it's all done and I have everything packed up and shipped out. I'll just be like, oh, thank you.
Yep.
So
it'll be for a good cause. Marvel Madness. We spent 3 hours talking about CGC,
and I'm sure we'll talk about it more tomorrow on the roundtable too. So
yeah, we.
I want to still talk about CGC. Everything. We still got time. I still want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Man, exciting. So they can find you tomorrow night on the roundtable, and then, and then again, like you said, Friday.
On Friday night,
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, sir. Yep.
For 24 hours.
So right now the YouTube link is unlisted. As soon as we finish up the description stuff and the thumbnail, then we'll post that. That'll probably be tomorrow. The actual video link will be public for everybody.
Okay. Well, look, Manu and I went 7 hours one time and never even got to use the bathroom. No joke.
All right. That's my target then, right?
That's your target. 7 hours.
All right.
And I was drinking coffee because
Here's the thing. And what people don't know is like at the end of 7 hours, it was like, I'm sorry, I got to go out here to pee. The conversation was still going on afterwards.
Yeah. You just, you mute the microphone and just head out.
There have been times where I've just let him and Dave continue on with the show afterwards, like in the background. I just go to bed.
Because as the host, if you leave, then it shuts everything down, I think, too.
Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. This just in from Forest Moon Collectibles. He says, this just in, PSA has just announced it is switching to blue labels. A spokesperson for the company has said that they are looking to fill in an obvious gap in the market.
Wouldn't that be something?
I love Forest Moon so much. An obvious gap in the market. That's actually funny. Goodness gracious.
Yes,
I teach you guys about Texas calf. Whoa, wait.
The end of next week, Swish.
I wanted to read that as math, not as catheter.
I gotta teach you. I'm confused.
Yeah, I think he's talking about just a bottle, like just an empty bottle. I don't know. The comment label,
the Gatorade bottle with the big wide gap on it.
Oh, Zen says I'm blue. Get it? Sad.
Yep.
Aww.
Yep. I was gonna make a joke. Now it's too late. I can't make the joke. Marvel says the comic label set them apart from the competition. Yeah, that's why we wanted to grade there. And we got a question for you. Are you moving to True Blue? You to Down Under Collectibles? Yeah.
Yeah, the end of next week. So the 29th, we're that's when we load up. So yeah, we got a busy couple weeks here for ourselves and our family.
Yeah.
So.
You're like, hey, I think I'm just gonna do this biggest thing I've done in the hobby right before I move. That'd be great.
Yeah, as a small fry too.
Yeah. Oh,
as a minnow in a pond of whales. Yeah.
Well,
let's just throw this out there.
You know what? Hey, anybody could do incredible things. They put their mind to it and make a difference. And that's what you guys are doing, which is really awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Retroverse says next year Spidey and Manu take over and do a professional mental con. I will be leaving Nathan hanging every 5 minutes.
There we go.
You know, hey, I will say this, you know, there is an element of wanting to, you know, talk about and be positive in the sense of like a positive contribution around mental health on this show. We've talked about the topic a number of times. It hasn't been a focus of a conversation necessarily, like that's what the show's been about, but we definitely talked about it.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have lately too. Like you see it in a lot of videos that people are putting out. You see it in reels and posts, and Facebook groups have. It seems like the Facebook groups have gotten more open to talking about it as well. So that's good. That
is good.
A pot crack. Have a good night. Have a good night.
You've been with us from the start of the show. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
And I think you shared us on Twitter. You're not on Twitter, so
nice.
Oh, nice. Thank you. I love that. By extension, I somehow get to have some, you know, something on Twitter because you guys share stuff, and that's amazing.
Yeah, let's see. I'm pretty sure I saw it pop up on my phone. Yeah, here it is. I'll show you.
Joshua says, Manu, you need to send me a.
See, he said, and
nice.
Like everybody should know who he's talking about.
That's awesome.
I appreciate it. But one day maybe. Manu, you need to send me a voice note and give me a summary. What, of tonight?
Oh yeah.
Yo.
No, you just gotta go back and watch the show, man. That's how you gotta do it. You throw that thing.
Summary. Justin and I argued. We didn't completely get to conclude the argument, so I'll conclude that a different night. And then we had a very meaningful conversation for 3 hours. That's what happened.
There we go.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of opinions out there about the new labels and the changes and stuff.
What are you?
I'm more upset that I get mixed slabs.
Like you mean like you're gonna have blue and now another color? Is that what you mean?
No. I'm more upset. Like, so like we just did the CGC reveal that we got back with Valor and stuff, and like some of the slabs are the crystal clear slabs like this.
Yeah.
Where the card is nicely held in there, and then some of the slabs have the little card holder things way out here on the edge, and then they have an inner sleeve on there, making it a little more cloudy. So same submission, same set, same inserts, but yet
you can
slab
see the
two different ways, but slab two different ways. Yeah,
I don't know how they make that decision because, I don't understand it.
The only thing I can think of is maybe like every now and then the cards are a little bit wider than other cards, but same set and everything. They should be pretty close to the same. But yeah, that's the only thing I'm not too upset about the label. I mean, I'm sure you guys talked about it. I don't mind the label itself.
Right.
It's just weird because it's kind of a similar to the Beckett announcement. I mean, they're not doing 410s, which is good, but it is. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. I think long term, it's good for the company as a whole. You know, they're trying to close that gap on PSA. I just don't know if they're going to be able to accomplish that with this move.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely looking at your biggest competitor and making a decision. You know, Marvel Cards just doesn't move the needle for them enough for them to say, "Hey, let's keep the blue labels for the comic book card collectors." Mark says instead of rainbow and cards, it's going to be rainbow and slabs, and that actually kind of would be cool. If you're like, "Hey,
stop it, Justin! You just start something else now. Don't start."
Need the Beckett.
Yeah, PSA,
silver, gold.
I want CGC to earn our business, not just have us say, "This is cool now. Go for this." To earn the business,
but look,
treat the community right.
You got that rainbow, and then do you have the Legion 10?
The Legion 10 is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, like is that going to be?
Have
in
you
that
crossed?
rainbow
Have you broken? Have you cracked
I
and sent
can't,
any
I
in to
can't bring
compare?
myself to crack it. Where'd it go?
I'm not even mad at you. It's kind of it's kind of it's kind of cool.
Well, it's mainly it's more about time. Like,
Did
as soon as
you
it was
did you
over.
ship out our friend's Wolverine book?
No, I have not. I haven't shipped anything since that
Justin?
episode.
That was 3 months ago, that episode.
No, I got the address last week.
From me.
Yeah,
He sent you the address months and months ago.
but I didn't get it.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
He'll get it. You can count on it.
I know.
It's literally. sitting
I
right there.
promised him I'd give you a hard time. So
And that's what I thought, Jake. That's what I thought
appreciate
too. Is that they were just using up old batches, but it's like it's just a complete mix of stuff. It's not. There's no consistency to it.
Yeah, the whole thing feels better to me when it's in a card holder on the inside, the inner bag. I think this is what he's calling it there. But I do like how clear it is when it's not there for sure.
Yeah, because depending on the way the light hits that slab, it does have some ripples in that inner bag as well, or those inner sleeves. Yeah.
Andrew says don't get him started on it.
Yeah, they spoke on it a little bit today during that live stream. They said they're actually making cases in a variety of sizes so that they could cut down on the times that they need to use. And he was like, I know people call it a penny sleeve. It's not a penny sleeve. It's actually archival grade. No one cares. It's a piece of plastic that's making the card blurry. We don't care what you call it. Figure out a way to get rid of it is the goal. You know,
they put the books in. They put the books in clear holders inside the slabs for the comic books. So why can't? I mean, that's expensive to do that for a card, but
the books are double encapsulated. You know, maybe they can figure something out. But to their defense, or whatever, like I have PSA slabs that have the same card in them, and some of them go tick, 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 and some of them don't, because the microscopic differences in the card is just enough to make it wiggle, enough to make a noise.
Right.
But
it happens. Yeah, it happens in PSA. It's happened in CGC. My Becca ones, I don't think it happens in those. I don't think I felt.
Oh no, Beckett's got some stuff with. Like this business card, for instance, has a bag holding the card, but that's because it's such a weird shape.
Oh, I got you. No, I mean, like I'm talking about being loose in there. Is it loose?
Oh, this actually is an encapsulation within an encapsulation. Like the comic books, there's actually a plastic case with like borders on it holding that in. This doesn't do anything. Wow, that's cool.
I think it's sealed too. I think if you were to crack that, you would have to. I think
it is sealed in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, an example of this other thing I wanted to show.
All right, we got a question from Leopard King. Ooh, that is nice.
Leopard King, what you got for us? Hey, my card! I love that thing.
That's an L10. Reholder it. Send it up, send it back, and get a 10.
Dude,
I'm debating it. Do I want the black label on
Andrew,
there, or do I want the blue label?
No, keep the dude. He's Spidey's blue. The label's blue. Dude,
keep the blue, right? That's what I'm saying.
That card is common enough for you to submit another one for the black label. Keep that blue label.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah,
that one was a crack and cross just to see how it would go. It wasn't SGC 9.5.
So
and what did it cross? What did it turn into?
Stayed at 9.5.
Yeah.
Now
be a 10.
Andrew, damn it, Andrew. Dang it, Andrew. I got to make that up to you. So,
all right.
So
I want to get the
Oh yeah. Oh, please, go.
Yeah, I've had it up here for a few minutes. He says, "What should I?" Leopard King says, "What should I collect between comic grade CGC or card grade?"
Okay, I want to answer. Your comic grade depends on the book. There's obviously books that don't need to be 9.8, but if we're talking about your sort of general collectability, you want 9.8 white pagers. That's your collectible sort of quality grade. 9.6s and a lot of books do, like this book here. A 9.6 all day is perfect to have, right? Like I cracked this out of a 9.6, but it depends on the book and your purposes for collecting. But I'm going to say CGC 9.8, and now with CGC cards, you got to go for a 10. You got to go for a Gem Mint 10 or bust.
It's so funny because his questions is like revealing why CGC makes their decision. It's like it's all 10.
We know that already. Yeah, we know that already.
And of course, there are some cards that doesn't matter, like because they're just so special. But
you got an A15 comic clipping. They could put it in a 2. It doesn't make a difference.
And so, anyways, great response there. Swish says maybe you folks with the blue label should hold on to them. In 20 years, it might be a thing to place a higher value on the rare fly-by-night blue label.
Possibility.
Definitely possible.
I do love that they specifically noted we do not recommend people reholder their perfect tens. Just to make sure nobody was doing that.
I can make the noise live. I've got cards here that are ticking.
Andrew says, "Stop taunting me with that card menu."
I'm just gonna have to sell it to you one day, man. I'm just gonna have to do that.
Bobicus says the SGC 9.5 is not a gem, so that was an improvement. He's saying that you now have a gem.
Oh, the crack. You cracked it as an SGC 9.5, and now it's a 9.5 as a gem.
Yeah. Semantics. Somebody put the word gem in front of it instead of just being Mint Plus.
Well, CGC now 9.5 will be Mint Plus.
Yep.
But if you cross that, it's a 10.
So are they going to be? I didn't catch the beginning of the show. If you may have talked about it, right? Are they keeping half grades at all? Or are they getting rid of
all the way through to 1?
9 down. Yeah.
All the way.
So no 9.5s anymore, but 9, 8.5.
Wait, no, are there 9.5s? There are.
Yes, it'll be 9. 9.5 is Gem Plus. I mean Mint Plus, and then
now I don't like it.
Mint.
Now I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that, I don't like it. I'm like, what's the point of that? Why? Am I in the same boat as you?
They just wanted their Gem Mint to be a 10. They wanted their Gem Mint to compete with PSA because PSA is clobbering them on secondary sales. Dude, I sold the Spider.
To me, all it does is it makes people that don't reholder these.
Exactly.
It makes their cards a little bit less valuable because of
it.
That.
Absolutely
because
does,
it just says 9.5.
Your card says a 9.5 on it. The other one says
this was the whole thing with BGS.
Absolutely devalues it.
You devalued the 9.5 that BGS. That's why we had that whole conversation with BGS. Yeah. I will say this: thankfully, it wasn't like years and years and years and years and years, and millions of cards likely graded before they made the change.
Yeah,
what Beckett was trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
But they literally could have just started with that because it was so obvious.
Of 9.5s, like with Michael's collection, that.
Michael, yeah, that's the first person I thought of when Beckett first, tried to make the change, right?
Yeah, and you would notice he's been sending cards in PSA. Like he hasn't said anything to me, but like I've seen him share them. Like he's been grading with PSA. I'm going. Mark says I'm going to start going for PSA 1s. Someone posted a PSA 2 on MCCW, and it looked like a bunch of cats attacked it. Now I'm not sure how to get a 1. I'll tell you, I'm working on a full rainbow PSA 1 through 10's like never going to happen for this particular card, but I want, since I can't get the 10, I'm like, let me just get everything below it.
I called that the grade bow, and I like the grade bow reference. That's a grade bow.
Yeah, well, now I got to do one in CGC blue and then the CGC. Oh, I'm just kidding.
CGC's got you sorted out, my friend. They know who's going to keep the lights on over there. No, man, I do not like celebrating these companies for their offerings. Let them earn the celebration day in. I get it. We know people that work there, yada, 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 but that has nothing to do with the 10,000 people that the words can influence. Right? For the 2 people that we know that we're trying to appease because they're our friends, we're influencing thousands of people to favor a company that may screw them. I am so against that.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Just to be clear, PSA doesn't have a halo.
No,
we're talking about a company that's like, it has so many what's the word I'm looking for here? They're compromised at a lot of different levels where they're in bed with this auction house and this.
I don't share their posts. I don't share Beckett's posts. I don't share CGC's posts. I don't share Target's posts.
But you share cards with them in the grade. I mean,
but I share my CGC comic books too. That I do for both parties. My CGC graded stuff is my entire page.
I'm with
but
you.
I don't take a piece of CGC content and say, look what they're promoting today, so I'm going to promote it too. But I get.
Can we be fair?
I get it.
Whose content do you share?
My own.
That's it.
Because I can stand behind that. Because I can vouch for me. Because I'm not influencing my friends to like something that I said to like, and then they might not actually hold up their side of the promise.
So your story is insanely curated. Like, it's not perfect because nothing's perfect, but like
nothing is absolutely.
It is clean as anybody's story I know. Like I know what I'm going to find on there. Oh, we lost them.
No,
where my wall, as I hold it, anyways, isn't that Like my wall is actually, I see it as a place for people to get to discover things that they would like to know about the hobby and the community, and to get to know me a little more. Like that's how
Yeah.
and so, I'm going to share other people's stuff, my stuff. I'm going to, it's going to be a variety of that. It's not the same thing as me selling something. Like, it's not like I'm selling CGC because you find it there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same.
Ooh, it's not the same as you saying you're selling it, but you yourself have said you're always selling something. Dude, if you're vouching for something, you're selling
Everyone's always selling 100%.
But you are absolutely right.
But what I'm selling is like, hey, if the community has come to look to me as a place to discover information and be a little entertained at the same time, you will find that on my wall, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting by that.
And I, and you're right.
Right, Dave? And I'm just here in the middle, figuring out what's going to take me in the divorce.
This happens often. Wait, what did you say?
Dad and Dad are arguing.
No, I know.
I'm all like,
hey, I want weekends. I want weekends, and I want and I want to claim him as his dependent.
I just feel really strongly about that. Like, to me, it's like, but you know this, everyone knows this, right? But then also where you're coming from, the way that your page is designed, right? And the way that your stories are, they're curated too. There's just different types of curation,
And it changes from week to week. Like, it's part of it's kind of what's going on in the world of what we're doing. Yeah.
But you know that about me, and I know that about you, right? Like, even before you and I ever met, I've always said all of the same stuff, right? Like, I don't promote anybody's anything, like any company that releases anything. I don't, because it doesn't serve any, like, from my perspective, a company should earn its marketability. But then if I was running a page like yours and people were coming to it to be up to date on what's happening places, then I guess but that's why I wouldn't run a page that way, right? Because I would be personally uncomfortable doing that, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, like, part of my personality assessment, like if you were to take like a high level personality assessment, there is a part of me that I don't just read a book. Like, I read a book to see what I can learn from it so I could actually deliver it to somebody else. Like, that's just part of my personality, and I don't know how to turn it off.
There's obviously differences in personality, right? Andrew says it's not an argument, Dave, it's an argusation. Andrew saw my story. That's dope.
Hey, look, it is healthy for the kids to see two parents argue and still hug and kiss and make up.
Dude, it's very healthy, because if all they see is your story and they don't hear my side of it, they're going to think CGC is a trustworthy company. Okay.
I hope the first 3 hours when I go back to watch this replay are just as good as this, because we don't see this that often.
Yeah.
It is nice to see that CGC has brought Manu out of his shell.
But Justin, did you hear what I just, you heard what I just said, right? And there's a lot of truth to that. If they only see you optimistically, enthusiastically sharing content from a company that's selling something, they are not going to know that, wait a second, there's more to this company than this shiny thing that they're promoting today. So I have to be that other side of it.
Please keep being you. And
you as well.
Just know that even when I'm like, no, don't do it, it's not good. Like, I have a strong opinion about it. People still do it anyways.
Sure. And next time you're having one of those conversations with the people at CGC, let them know that they need a consultant like me, and they need to hire me for at least a couple of hours so I can set them straight. And I need to get that money.
Yeah.
I can't wait till they change your comic book labels, Manu.
Stop it, dude.
I want to watch that show, brother.
You're going to see me just burst into flames. Like, I don't know.
Hey, can I speak to what Andrew just said?
Yeah, what did Andrew say? Of course.
Andrew said an argument with valid points on both sides is always super important. That's why we're here for thumbs up. And one of the reasons why I think Manu and I can do this, and I'm responding to you, Nathan, you said, I hope the first 3 hours is as good as this. And Andrew saying this is good, right? So I'm responding to that. I'm not saying that I'm not declaring it myself. I think the reason it's helpful for when Manu and I bring, our different opposing views is because we actually are more concerned with being successful than we are being right. And this is what I teach my kids. It's like, you can be right or you can be successful, but you can't be both. Because to just be right is to look down on somebody else and think that you're better than them. Like, you got to figure it out and they're stupid. And you might be right, but it doesn't mean you're going to be successful in the relationship. And at the end of the day, for me, a relationship that works is actually the thing that's the most important. And I think that's why we can have these kind of conversations, because at the end of the day, you and I care much more about the relationship being successful than one of us like being, figured out, the one who like got it figured out and is right for some reason.
I actually really agree with you, because we hardly ever change each other. We just have the conversation. And at the end of the day, nothing is lost from our relationship because of any of these conversations. I agree with you. Absolutely.
And what did I open up the show with saying? I said, no one's ever been converted by losing an argument.
Oh, now it's come together. I needed 3.5 hours of meat for that to resonate the way that you already intended for it to.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I like Dave's comment there at the bottom.
What did he say?
Yeah. And we go back to just enjoying the cards.
Hey, so
man, that's not gonna. I don't know if grading goes away. Grading won't. Well, grading can't go away.
Well, I mean, there is an element of history is going to repeat itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where when it becomes so gimmicky that it does fall apart, and it's got to rebuild itself to be better.
Mm-hmm. I think variant covers got there, and they're pulling back. Like some of the people are pulling back on that.
Yeah, variant covers are
everything needs to be graded.
See, I had that thought. This should be an eye-opener for folks to say, wait a second, really evaluate my PC. Why did I grade everything and now I can't even get the rest of my collection to match this? I should probably reconsider. If I'm keeping this for the PC and I don't care what the grade is, dude, one touch that thing. That's not the best.
That's what I started doing with my domino stuff.
Yeah, encapsulate it yourself. Go to a company like Crafty Comics. They got a beautiful Instagram page. They got beautiful things. They got wall-mounted situations. I've never done any business with them, but I don't have any reason to think that there aren't good products out of that person's company. These are things that we could protect our books, encapsulate our books and our cards ourselves. If we don't care about the grade and it's PC stuff, but we want uniformity, take more control of it and maybe not spend that extra money. Why spend the additional money sometimes, right? And so I thought about that. And then in the comic book space, sometimes people make the argument to me, they're like, why encapsulate books to protect them? But I don't think people realize that there is some truth to the fact that every 10 years, you're supposed to re-encapsulate a book. Do you really want to sign up for that nonsense if you've got a large PC? What if your book starts to change color in there because that piece of paper, what do they call it? They call it, I forget the name. There's a certain paper inside that's supposed to like absorb toxic something, but over time it gets saturated and it can't do its job anymore. So whatever was going to affect the paper after 10 years can still affect the paper. Chamber paper or something. They call it chamber paper.
Something like that.
Something. Lot to think about, just keeping a collection protected in your own way and raw. A lot to think about there. This might micro chamber paper.
Yeah. There's going to be an ebb and flow of some sort. Something's going to come out of it. When you have, how many years are we at where like grading has been the thing now?
Many.
I mean, I can't speak for sports cars. I wasn't around, but I mean, it's 10 or 12 years, right? Wouldn't you say that? Like where it's been. I didn't buy my first graded comic.
Yeah,
I didn't buy my first graded comic until 2019.
2020 for me, first graded comic.
In fact, before 2019, I was rather intimidated when I would go into a comic book shop and see graded comics because number one, they were like almost immediately $100, and I couldn't even think about spending like that amount of money on something like that. And it took a while for me to become like at a place where I expected my comics to be in a graded slab. Alberto says maybe. What's that, bud? Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's why I started doing my domino PC in one touches, because I can buy more cards and enjoy more of my collection that way and build my collection out larger by buying raw and putting them in one touches, as opposed to I have to go after this 10. And Marvel Marshall asked if I was keeping my eye on the 96 Masterpieces PSA 10 domino, and I'm not, because I could buy the raw card and still have hundreds of dollars left over to go buy more cards.
Yeah.
You know your why. You know your purpose for being a collector of that card.
Mm-hmm. If you go back and watch my channel through 2021, people are like, hey, are you grading? I was like, well, I'm grading some cards, but I'm just going to buy raw for as long as I can while PSA is backed up and high price, because CGC wasn't even offering grading at the time. And I was like, because it allows me to buy more cards. I'd rather do that than spend $150 to grade a card, that takes 3 months to get back. And didn't really start grading, more until 2022. And of course, when CGC opened up, sitting there. Alberto says, maybe it was discussed earlier in the show, but did CGC say why they didn't just make it an optional? Yeah, we did discuss it earlier. And what I heard them say was they wanted to have uniformity throughout CGC cards, because there's no CSG, no CGC, that's just non-sports, or TCG. It's all CGC cards, and they wanted uniformity. But they were still quick to say that with that uniformity, they're going to keep their grading teams, their Marvel, their Magic, their, Pokemon appears to have like many teams, been on types and years.
Experts where they are.
Yep. In sports. But the grading itself, like the encapsulation, the label, the font, all that's going to be uniform throughout.
Very nice.
William says, they're
talking about some good stuff here.
Will turn green when Manu smash. Green Manu smash when those comic labels change.
If those comic labels change, again, 90 some odd % of my collection is raw, but I love the comic labels the way they are. So if there's going to be a change, because change does come, I hope it's a subtle improvement that doesn't make you absolutely hate what you've already got slabbed. I hope it's just a subtle improvement, because I call this Generation 3 label. It might be 4th, might be 5th. There might have been iterations that I wasn't aware of prior to when I started paying attention. But I call this the 3rd gen label. The 2nd gen label, to a novice, they think it's the same label, but it's very different to someone that's paying attention. But it was a subtle enough change to be recognized as an improvement, but still has a relationship. I hope that's what happens, because if they go 180, that's just really frustrating. And there's a lot more people that have graded comic books than Marvel cards with CGC. Like,
for sure.
Wow. So they would have to be very careful with that decision. Change comes, but hopefully it's an improvement and a subtle one, still closely related to the predecessor. Then it's going to be fine.
Very good. William says they created one touch and top loaders for a reason.
Correct.
I mean, I think that there's something to, like, everybody collects the way they collect and want to collect, can afford to collect, have space to collect, what they like to collect. There's all these different things, but there's nothing wrong with having a binder full of Marvel cards. There is an element like where we view these like as status symbols, like, this makes me somebody, kind of thing. And first of all, that's not true. So what gives you value? What gives you value is the fact that you're a human, and it's like, okay to have a binder collection. And I remember the channel, Spidey Hits channel, had been going for like a year or so. And I was sitting down with somebody. I was like, going through my binder cards. It was a one-on-one conversation. They went, wait, you have binders? I was like, yeah, I've got like full sets of binder cards. And they're like,
yeah.
Oh, well, why haven't you shown those on the channel? People don't think you're a real collector because they haven't seen.
I remember you said, yeah.
I'm like, well, first of all, it's not anybody's business, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
But it's,
no.
And probably what was going on is, like, I didn't think anybody cared. Like, they didn't want to see it, and so I didn't show it. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. And for me, I'm a high grade snob. Like, the binder collections, which I have, don't reflect what I'm currently a passionate pursuer of. The highest grade of the rarest stuff. Like, I could show you binders of all the sets, but that's not what's exciting me. Those are from my childhood. I love them. What I'm after, I'm a high grade snob. I do want to show you an encapsulated card or comic in the highest grade possible, like straight up. So that's what I focus on.
Manu, in that 10x is easier than 2x book that I was telling you that I'm listening to right now. This guy was a financial advisor, and his like day one when he started being a financial advisor, he told his boss, he's like, I'm only going to focus on people that have $100,000 to invest and up. And his boss says, you're an idiot. Can't do it. So the first 8 months in the business, he didn't have clients. So all he did was like read and study on how to be a better financial advisor and getting certifications. Well, 8 months in, he landed a $600,000 client. Okay. Well, that quickly then gave him this personal self-confidence that he could land big clients, and he started landing big clients. Next thing you know, he had to raise his threshold to 250,000 minimum because he couldn't handle all the clients. That ballooned into a large portfolio where large national companies showed up, and he's still young, and they're like, we'll give you $4 million just to sign with us to do financial advising for our company, which he then did. And then he built this big, large portfolio that he was managing. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to start over again. And he completely walked away from his entire portfolio and decided he was only going to advise millionaire entrepreneurs. And that's it. So if they were not a millionaire and an entrepreneur, he would not accept them as a client. He then grew that into like a multi-billion-dollar company. Yeah. But he 10x by actually becoming more of a snob.
Yeah, I think that's what my secret sauce is. Because I also have an objective to sell, and I would prefer to sell something with thousands of dollars of profit, time to package and ship something, than to take a picture and post something for. Because I'm not doing huge volume. All right, if I'm doing huge volume, I could make $10 on something and sell 10,000.
In that book, it says you're actually not supposed to count units. You're only supposed to measure profit.
Fascinating.
And that's actually has me in a crux, just the thought of it. Cause like in my world, I count families. Like how many families have I helped this year? Like my end of the year reflection is how many people got to celebrate around a Christmas tree with their family in their home. Like that, see how sentimental I am. Like it makes me feel good. And so I'm like, well, struggling with, if you start doing it by profit and volume, does that change me as a person? Like, if I'm not careful, could that compromise me some?
Has the potential to, right?
The reason volume is so important for me to keep low is because I don't like the headache of managing thousands and thousands of items. I mean, that's as clear as it can be. So that's there, right?
Yeah, but comics and putting people in homes are not the same.
They're exactly, right? Like sometimes I see somebody running a raffle. Like I don't run raffles as frequently as I used to. I barely ever do now, just because we're in a season where it doesn't feel good for someone to lose $50 or $100. See, think about a raffle. If I do 15 spots, $100 a spot, that means 14 people are going to flush $100 down the toilet. There's a certain time where people, during the pandemic, $100 are flying left and right. These days, I always have a disclaimer, but these days my disclaimer is loud and says, if you can't flush this down the toilet, do not buy a spot in this raffle, right? So I've just moved away from raffles for a while. But I see people that run raffles where there's 100 $5 spots. And in my head, I got to make sure 100 people sent me a PayPal payment. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Yeah.
For sure. So I concern myself with the volume because the volume directly affects the effort required in something where there's small pieces involved. Homes are different.
Yeah, they are different. I do want to tell Bo because he contributed so much good content tonight in the conversation.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
For being here. It's been really great. Azza says he just pledged his allegiance to the Illuminati. Did not want to join the Marvel card Illuminati. Yes.
Thank you, my friend.
Don't flush him, he says.
Okay, you got it. Derber says, can I just give a huge thank you to Ryan McKenna? Yeah, we like Ryan a lot, by the way.
Yeah, Ryan McKenna, always. He's the man.
He says, as you know, I've been searching for that Spider-Man Metal Orange High Series Mysterio and wasn't able to find it. And he just sent me one.
That sounds like Ryan.
Wow.
Out of 25.
Awesome, Ryan.
Right?
That's awesome, man.
I am truly beyond grateful for that. I don't collect to make money. I don't knock anyone that is doing that. I just want to enjoy the hobby and share it for my love for it. I appreciate you all. Same, brother.
That's beautiful. Yeah, Derpa, I'm glad that you have that card. I'm glad that it came from Ryan. Ryan is a passionate collector. He loves 90s nostalgia. He's done kind things on this channel numerous times. I'm really grateful that he's a part of our community and that he chooses to share his time with us. So thank you, both of you guys.
For sure.
He's
Matt
kinda
can
like
go
a-
shed a happy tear now, like Retro and Daniel made me do tonight. So.
Yeah. Well, Ryan's kind of like a silent giant in our little community here. Like he does big things. He just does it quietly. And we really appreciate him. You know what? I can't think of a better name to end the show tonight than Blue Juju. Spidey Jew, Blue Labels.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Brings it all together.
But Blue Juju says quality of clients on the higher end market. What's he trying to say?
Might also be a plus.
I'm not good at these games. Might also be a plus. And I think if I was a seller of collectibles, I would definitely do high end. Like that was my thing.
High end is fun,
Mm-hmm.
but I will say I'm also really just particular about the quality of human that I deal with. Mm-hmm. And if I get the vibe that someone's not quality, I just don't do business with them. So even items, I've just been fortunate enough to be in a position that I could make those sort of decisions. And so even items that I sell that aren't considered quote unquote high end, those people are super. I'm just fortunate that I've been dealing with some quality people regardless of the price, but I'm intentional of trying to move more high end items for sure.
Well, so high end has more than one meaning. And I was using high end as like high grade, high quality of the item.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Not just high value, not high cost.
Right. You're right. Okay. Yeah.
And so that I would think. And then let's get to Dave's comment. He says, like catering to everyone, too many high end buyers result in who would have no soul. Did I say that out loud? Look, when I became a professional early on, someone said to me, look, if you start counting dollar signs rather than numbers, you'll start changing how you treat people. If you just keep it numbers, then it'll help guard your heart to treat everyone the same. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with saying like, I want to be about this number, but it not be dollar signs. So you don't miss seeing people. But if you start being too motivated out of the love of having money, your soul is at risk for sure.
Yeah, I just want that to be my special niche where someone that does, like, I sell to all sorts of people, but the niche that I want to focus on, I do have these friendships, relationships, these clients that in their personal life are really busy making the sort of money that can afford them the sort of things that I'm selling them. Right. And I just want them to be like, Manu, I'm paying you whatever you want for this because you're doing it. I trust you. I know it's going to show up on time. I know I'm covered if anything goes wrong. I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to go make another $100,000. Here's your 11 grand. See you next month. Like I just love that space. And I know how to communicate with that demographic. Yeah. So I want to double down on that. I want to continue to, but everyone knows I sell books for $50, $60 all the time because I love freaking selling.
You love to sell. Yep, he does.
I want to write sold on something. And I love the people that I've met doing this sort of selling. So I'm very happy.
Derper wants to do a giveaway. And we can do one. It's going to be quick, if that's all right.
Is it hashtag friends? It sure is. I'm in there.
All right. Let's do hashtag friends.
Oh boy, I got to get the video pulled up.
Hashtag friends.
I'm not a host. I can actually enter.
Yep. And do you get that in?
Manu collect souls.
Hey, look, your soul's important. Don't.
No, I do not accept souls as payment. I want you to keep those.
It's kind of important. Yeah. Hashtag friends. Derpa, you're awesome. By the way, Derpa.
Derpa's amazing.
One of the coolest. Why can't we be friends? Yep, that's it. Hashtag friends. Get it in, everybody. We got the giveaway tool up and running. Derpa, you're gonna have to, if they don't have an IG account, a EPAC account, you're gonna have to figure that out. Hey, Pep Killer's here.
What? Pep Killer, what up?
How's it going? This is how we find out
the
who's real.
giveaways bring
Card
out
7.
all the people that are
Yeah,
silently
we knew
hanging
you were
out.
there. You've been there the whole time, haven't you? I love all you guys. We love you too, Dave. Man.
What? Oh, I love you, Dave.
Yeah. Blue Juice says no souls unless it's a PSA 10. Hashtag
Yeah,
Wolverine sketch. Sorry, where'd it go? There it is. Hashtag Wolverine sketch here.
This was a really fun episode.
Yeah, this was good. Thank you, CGC, for creating a really fun episode.
Thank you for
Thanks for providing everybody with content for the next week.
Yeah,
I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of content moving
For
forward.
sure.
We got the Mental Con coming this week.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just to recap, that'll be 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on True Blue Collectibles. You're going to post a link of
Yeah, I'll post a link in the Facebook groups and in the Discords as well. So if you're not a member of the Discords, I'm sure Spidey's got that in the description.
You
below.
got a Discord too?
No, not me.
Oh,
I got too much stuff going on, man. I can't.
Okay.
Spidey's got a lot of stuff going on too, but he's got people managing that stuff.
Yeah, the Discord is just a special place. I hope it stays that right now. I know that things don't always stay what they are, right? And I'm aware of that. But what it is right now, I'm really grateful for.
J-Biz said I'm gambling on some Blue Label Perfect Plexis. He's gonna send some cards.
You do it.
Bobakis made an interesting point earlier. He said he doubts that CGC is going to be handing out any perfects. And you have to think about the psychology. The Blue Label's on the way out. The Perfect 10 is about to be extinct. Human psychology, human graders, they're probably not going to be giving out those Perfect 10s.
That's so weird because I would immediately feel the other way. Like, man, this is
J-Biz, let us know how it goes because Justin might have a point. I don't know.
You get a 10. You get a 10. You get a 10.
Yeah.
Like, this is it. Yeah. But I mean, look, you know me. I'm like glass half full, tend to be more positive.
Is this the giveaway?
Yeah,
this
hashtag.
Manu's showing the giveaway.
If anyone lives in the Pacific Northwest, I'll be at SummerCon this weekend and I will have cards for sale. Look, West Coast Dave.
Right.
Oh, nice. How did he put a gray border around? Oh no, my mouse is over that comment. I was like, how is it highlighted?
Ryan, what's up? Look at J-Biz. What's he saying?
Hey, Ryan. He's right. Wait, is that the Ryan?
He's saying this here. Look up here.
Justin's gonna send you the book, Ryan. Justin said he's gonna do it. Wait, is that the Ryan?
I'm really gonna whatever.
I don't even remember. Yes.
Yeah. Yo, look, what's he doing?
Ryan, how you doing? Dead Protocol. That's his handle.
Yeah. Dave, Marshall will be there. All right, guys, let's run this. Derpa, put instructions for the winner in the chat, and I'll pull it up. Okay, bud. But everyone, it's been a fun show. Good luck with the friends giveaway.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck. Good luck.
Who's it gonna be? Oh. Well, no way.
Oh my gosh.
No way. That's the.
What did I win? What did I win?
Brilliant, bro.
Wait, this is a heck of a night for me. What did I win? Don't close that yet. What did I win?
Down cards. You won
run it again.
And all right, we're gonna run it again.
Run it back.
You can't.
West Coast Avengers.
Pay it forward. Run it back.
I
saw 9.9 and I'm like, I was next.
That's so funny. I've never even been there.
Ali again.
Ali Gamji.
Ali
Congratulations.
Ali won Saturday, if I remember.
Did he? Very nice. Congrats.
Right. Jake, you're right. Yeah. He's won everything.
Happy
tonight.
Tuesday night win. So
awesome.
one more because he confused me a little, but no, he said if you're in the Pacific Northwest, that's the area. Dave will be at SummerCon this weekend. He's setting up live there, and we'll have cards for sale. Okay, so SummerCon's the event, not Pacific Northwest. That's the area. I got you.
That's right. Okay, Ollie, if you message me or Manu, we'll get you in contact with Derpa if you're not connected to him already on Instagram. And that way you guys can settle up on what you want.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yep.
Zelda, hello.
All right, guys. Manu, you got me to hour 4.
I'm so glad, and I'm not going to push you to hour 5. I'm sad that it's over, but that's all right. I got a long walk to take with the coyotes and the deer and stuff, so I'm looking forward to it.
hey, you know what? Go save a spider.
You know, I think I just might do that.
You had to be an hour too to understand.
Yeah.
Well, okay, real quick. This is important. TBC. How do
reach
you
out
give
to
away?
me. You can find me on tbcbreaks@gmail.com or True Blue Collectibles on Instagram or Facebook, just Nathan Bravon. You can find me over there. So I'll drop my name in here. You could just, if you go to like the NCCW and you go to the search, just type in my name, and that way you can find
Your
me
last
there and
name
you
is
can send me a message.
Bravon?
Bravon. Yep, it's Belgium.
Oh, Brave. Oh, Brave Bon. I thought it was the word brave, B-R-A-V-E.
No.
Not-
Yeah, it's
And then
the
O-N or
Rob?
something.
Not
accent.
Robin.
No.
Bravon,
Long A.
Bravon.
Just kidding. I like it. All right. Derber says, thank you all, friends. Hope you have a great night and amazing rest of your week. And please tune in to MentalCon this weekend. Absolutely.
24
Yes, thank you
hours
for
of
that.
it. That's right.
Yep. All right.
We'll be here. So
Nathan.
we like Mexican food, so if anybody wants to DoorDash, let me know.
I like that. I like that.
Oh, yeah. Send him the food.
Yeah.
No,
send
don't
all the
do
food,
that,
huh?
guys. Don't do that. I don't need 20 deliveries showing up at the door.
William, you can just make sure you reach out to Nathan in the ways that he just said. That's right.
Yeah, William, you know how.
And
to
you
get
know
a hold
what?
of me,
Hey,
so.
you can certainly donate, but like buy something. That's going to be donating.
Yeah, bid on the auctions.
Yeah.
Pump them up.
Yep. Yeah, Ollie, you won again.
Doesn't have IG. He says, "Do you have Justin's email? Because I know Justin makes his email available."
He does.
Here. Like
he does with DERPA.
He said, "I'll email." He said,
"Yeah,
email.
Look, just you're welcome to do it. It's just dangerous counting on me to get into email and get into DERPA. If you could put your email there. If you
Manu, is this the 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Pacific giveaway? Is this what we're showing here?
No, this is just me. This is my way of hugging this book that just came to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
Nice cover, man. Great job.
Thanks,
it is.
Man.
Swish says, thank you, Spidey Hits, Manu, and all the guests. Let's go. I can take on the week fully recharged.
Me too.
Brian,
I feel good about this
wonderful.
one. Thank you, Swish. Thank you.
Yeah, Ryan even said it's a giveaway.
I'm going to be honest with you. Recharge includes sleep for me. So
you get it. You go get it, man. I won't keep you up
All right.
for the after hours. I'll call Dave to get the rest of my
get the rest of it out. All right. Look, everyone, I love you. It's been great being with you all tonight. Thank you for contributing. Thank you for commenting. If you haven't done so, hit that like button. I like to see it personally. I think Manu likes to see it.
Yeah.
If you have
anything
anything
for him too, it's over there.
Yeah, if you like this content, you don't want to miss out on it. You want to get the little notification. Sub bell helps for that as well. If you have any questions that you didn't get answered, maybe we missed it. It's not always easy for us to get everything. Leave a comment in the video, and I'll do my best to get to it. You can find both of us on Instagram. Manu makes it easy. It says DM me on IG at the 9.9 Newsstand. True Blue Collectibles on Instagram, the same. Be sure to check out MentalCon. Keep an eye on the channel. Lots of cool stuff coming. But as always, I hope you have a marvelous day.